Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are back for day 2 of the exciting test between Australia and the West Indies. Now, day 1 was full of action, full of wickets. We saw the West Indies bowled out for 188 of 62.1 overs. Not quite the start to this test series that they would have been after. Australia currently batting. They have lost 2 wickets, Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith, both in the evening session, but they sit 59 for 2. Khawaja on 30 not out of 54 deliveries, and Cam Green batting in his newfound position of 4, sitting on 6 runs off 22. So far, we've seen some brilliant bowling from Shamar Joseph, getting his test debut off to an absolute flyer, scoring runs off the bat, as well as now picking up a couple wickets along the way as well. But I hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you're all excited for the start of day 2. This morning session, to say it is crucial for the West Indies is almost an understatement. They need about maybe 3 or 4, if not more, wickets in this session to really find themselves in a great position for a chance of winning. But if Australia can build up about a 200-run lead, maybe 150, 100 by the end of the day, then that is when it gets really dangerous for this West Indies side. But they have got more than enough capabilities. Adelaide Joseph, he didn't look too bad with the ball in hand last night. We saw 1 over from Motti. He went for the single. But I think the key wicket here is Khawaja. Now, the problem that they've got is they had Khawaja. 3 runs he was sitting on, but the drop catch from Joshua De Silva behind with the wicket-keeping gloves on meant that he was able to keep on going. Now, they did take their chances. They took the catch of Marnus Labuschagne. They took the catch of Steve Smith. But it's Usman Khawaja, the key wicket that they need here. The next 3 batsmen will be Travis Head. Then at number 6, they have got Mitchell Marsh. And then 7, Alex Carey. Still 3 very handy batsmen. This batting order for Australia runs deep. The West Indies bowlers going to have to be on their A game. Hi, Olin Hamish, says Robert. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing extremely well. They are just showing Shamar Joseph in the highlight. That was his first ball in Test match cricket. Got Steve Smith out. Now, not many men can say that. Of course, Steve Smith opening the batting for the Australians in the last test match, or in this last day of the test match. But day 2, we're still very early on, so a lot can happen around the corner. And yeah, Australia will be hoping to get off to the dream start on day 2. Currently got 2 men at the crease, like I mentioned. Khawaja and Cam Green don't get a lot of time to bat together. Only normally we would see these 2 batting together if Usman Khawaja has had a big innings, so he is still there. As Cam Green normally coming in as that number 6. With Mitch Marsh coming back into the side, it meant that he slightly lost his spot. His fielding is brilliant, though. He managed to take 2 catches in the field. Now he makes his way back out to the middle, alongside Usman Khawaja, who has taken his second chance, and he's making sure he makes the most of it. But Mackenzie, the top run scorer for the West Indies, managing to get himself the 50 on day 1. Second highest was Shamar Joseph, the number 11. What he has been able to do with bat and ball is incredibly impressive. Not only to mention as well, he's on debut. First ever test match. Mackenzie, it's only his second match. So it's the young guys for the Windies that are really stepping up. But Usman Khawaja will have the first ball for day 2. We have got their high Kiwi kid. We are back to clean it up, says Sinclair Mayers. And yeah, like I said, this session's so crucial for the West Indies. If they are able to get themselves anywhere upwards of 3 wickets, they are still in this test match. But if Australia at the end of the session have cut down that lead of the West Indies to around that 50 mark, maybe even less, then it starts to get really difficult for the West Indies. They'll take a Khawaja wicket early here on day 2. To be fair, they'd take Cam Green as well if it was on offer. But Adelaide Joseph will be bowling the first over to Usman Khawaja. Adelaide Oval, it's looking like a nice day. A little bit warmer than what we saw yesterday, although for now, the cloud cover is still there, which means swinging conditions, which was actually when the Australian bowling attack were at their most dangerous early on in the first day. Should mention the breeze is still a very evident factor as well. A lot more wind today, I believe, than we saw yesterday. 3 reviews left for both of these sides. And Joseph just about to steam in. He needs to find his 140 Ks pretty much instantly, get it in the right place and see whether or not he can force that early era of Usman Khawaja. It has just ticked over to 10 a.m. local time, which does mean we are just about underway. It's going to be a great day for the Windies, boys, says Sinclair Mayers. And yeah, it's just about taking the chances. We saw last night that drop catch from Joshua Da Silva, but the two other catches that they had the opportunity to take were taken. A first ball, cross Usman Khawaja, left alone, 129 Ks there for Alzarri Joseph. Now, we've got to remember that man had a little bit of a bat as well, 14 runs coming off his. But I think it's going to be really about management for the West Indies, because if it's going to be their top order, their lower order that's actually scoring most of the runs, they won't want to overwork them in the bowling department. But at this stage, they need those early wickets. Alzarri Joseph, that first ball maybe just a little bit too wide. Needs to hone it right in on off stump. A little bit fuller this time. Usman Khawaja blocks it straight back to Joseph. Hey, remember me from yesterday, says Singler. I certainly do. And Dominica, says Marvlin. And there as well. Hopefully I've said that correctly. Do let me know if I have mispronounced that. 2 dot balls for Alzarri Joseph to start off day 2. Yeah, there were talks of the West Indies camp beforehand saying they'd watched the Pakistan series and they'd learnt what Pakistan did wrong. And a majority of what Pakistan did do wrong was in the field, not being strong enough when it came to taking their chances. Motti took a catch yesterday. Also, we did see that catch in the slip cordon. Hey, Amy says, Brandon, welcome in, mate. You are doing very well. But Khawaja sitting on 30 or 57. He's going at around that strike rate of 50. Cam Green just a little bit slower, but he came in at a difficult stage just after losing Marnus Labuschagne in the evening. Wanted to be there at the end of the day. I should mention we are going to see a day-night test match between these two sides starting next Thursday. So that will be when the pink ball comes out for the first time of 2024. A little bit of a shorter length there from Alzarri Joseph. Well controlled by Usman Khawaja, just tapping it out to the man. Was that short cover. Pakistan fielding is a joke, says Singler. It's unfortunate for Pakistan because it does make you wonder if their fielding was as good as some of the other sides. Let's say, for example, Australia. We saw one misfield in all of the innings that they had yesterday up against the West Indies. Imagine if Pakistan had that ability in the field, how dangerous they would be, because they create wicket chances, but they don't take them because they drop the catches. Now, nicely glided there from Khawaja. Tries to get it through to backward point. Not effectively. It is still just the dot ball. What time cricket? Says Brandon, so cricket today is at 5:30 for myself. So around 5 hours away. But yeah, we're going to see what happens when the time comes for cricket training. Currently Australia trailing by 129, yet to get themselves a run. The start of day 2. Like I mentioned, throughout this test match, it's actually supposed to get nicer and nicer, with the peak being Saturday, about 31 or so degrees. Your voice is great. We will send you some steam from the islands, says Sinclair Mayers. Once again, left alone. Double bouncer going through to Joshua Da Silva. That seemed to be a talking point of day 1, was the inconsistent carry to the wicket keepers. Got to be very careful not to get that awkward bump on the finger or the thumb as a wicketkeeper with that second bounce, because the last thing they want is to lose one of their more experienced players. Do you know Paul for the Sevens now? I certainly do. One of them is completely stacked. New Zealand, Fiji, Samoa and France all in one group. But Sean Alzarri Joseph, the reason he gets so much bounce, of course, he's a tall individual, but he tries to keep that arm fully extended, still relatively upright in the way he charges in. On the way to the match, I got late, says Singler. Hopefully you do make it in time. What is Springboks pool, says Brandon? I think they might be in pool A. It's nowhere near as strong as that grouping that I just mentioned, though. I think they might have either Argentina or Australia, but yeah, nothing to the same extent. Here comes Shamar Joseph. 3 slips in the gully. Cam Green solid in behind it. 132 Ks for the first ball of Shamar Joseph. So bringing that speed early. He's actually one of the quicker bowlers that the West Indies do have, even though he hasn't got that same stature as Alzarri Joseph got a very whippy and skiddy action and make it a bit awkward. First ball that he bowled in his Test career, Steve Smith was caught in the gully, or in about fourth slip, I believe it was. And then his next wicket, Marnus Labuschagne, taken in the deep by Moti, who needs a lot of credit for the way he was able to take that one. Come back in a little bit. The variable bounce still on play. I'll be honest, it's a little bit too early for variable bounce to be playing a factor in a test match, with it only being day 2. But you wonder whether or not the ball would actually carry. It's when it's on a good length, it just doesn't seem to be coming through. Like De Silva has taken that at about maybe thigh height by the time it has bounced up again. We have got there, sup. Says try time down under. Welcome in, Amelia. Hope you are doing well. Outside off, nicely glided by Cam Green. Backward point region and close to the gully, and it will race away for 4 runs. The first runs of the day after the maiden of Alzarri Joseph. I think this is important for the Australians, that they go after Shamar Joseph when he does bowl a loose ball, because he seems to be on top of the world at the moment. He batted well. He's bowling well. He's got the 2 wickets. But since he's got that inexperience, if you can try and put him under pressure, perhaps that's when he doesn't bowl as consistently. It's just a little bit too short outside off stump. Cam Green, back foot punch. Just wide of gully. How does Shamar Joseph answer back? Oh, it was on the leg side and beautifully played by Cam Green. Just watches it onto the bat with the flick to leg side, and it will be back-to-back boundaries of Shamar Joseph, the start that Australia wanted for today. Cam Green, both of these shots, hasn't tried to overhit it, just playing the stroke. Saw it was pitched up in a half volley. It was also cutting a little bit to leg. So LBW was out of the equation. Freebie for a player of Cam Green's calibre. I think he'll enjoy this batting at number 4. There were talks for a long time about whether or not he was batting well enough to be a 6. Definitely with Mitch Marsh right on his tail. It's the edge though, and he's gone. Maybe he shouldn't be 4, but Shamar Joseph picks up the wicket after back-to-back boundaries. Cam Green, unfortunately for him, he didn't even try and go aggressive with that shot. Just a little bit of away movement. And Cam Green is gone after what looked like 2 good shots. I've jinxed another batsman, and the West Indies strike another over, or the second over of the day. Just a good length. Just goes away a little bit. What up, Hamish? Says Jet Lee's welcome in. And also we've got there, are you doing Super Rugby preseason this weekend? Yes. And on this weekend, says Brandon. I don't think so for this weekend. I think it starts next weekend, at least the ones that I saw. And day 2 will be tight for the West Indies. Says at Changing Lives broadcast. And the wicket is 2-play, or 2-pack. And let's get them, boys. Says Sinclair Mayer. So yeah, dream start to the day for the West Indies. Yes, they wouldn't have wanted to concede those 2 boundaries, but you would take that every day of the week if you knew that there was a wicket just around the corner. And that is what Shamar Joseph has been able to do. Stop jinxing the batsman. That's like the 4th batsman, isn't it? It's like for the West Indies innings, when I said I'm looking forward to seeing Mackenzie, and then the very ball that I was talking about, that Chanderpaul went out, so then we got to see Mackenzie. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how now Travis Heat goes. Only preseason game I know is Highlanders Moana Pacific at Queenstown. Says Jet Lee's, and I think that's early February, isn't it, Jet Lee's? If I'm correct, about the 2nd or so. Now, we get to see a new batsman early on in the day. Now, Travis Head does not like to mess around. If the ball is there to hit, he will hit it. And our West Indies Aussie, Amelia, says Brandon, and yes, says Jet Lee's. Travis Head, Mitch Marsh, 2 batsmen who will try and take it to the bowlers. Now, I mentioned about having to hit Joseph away for a bad ball, which is what Cam Green did. But the problem was he did not play the good ball well, and that ended up getting himself out. And now Shamar Joseph to the brand new batsman and Travis Head. He got bowled an absolute ripper of a first delivery up against, I believe it was Pakistan. getting him out with a golden duck, but a successful over for Joseph. Yes, it went for 8 runs, but he picks up the wicket of Cam Green. Now, Australia sit 3 for 67. Just didn't come back into Cam Green there. A little bit of a nervous push at it. Hang on, we've got a no ball from Shamar Joseph, so we'll have to have that ball once more. Travis had one more chance. And it's currently 7:45 in the islands. Is St. Clair Mayer. Can you get your mum on the live stream today in session 2, please, Amos? She probably won't be able to. She'll still be at work, I believe, for the second session. Now Shamar Joseph. 3 slips in the gully and still well and truly in the hunt to take another wicket. It's pitched up nicely, whipped to the leg side. Oh, big call and no there from Usman Khawaja. That is something that has been talked about just a little bit, is maybe the running between the wickets of Usman Khawaja. Travis Head thought that there could have been a single. We have Gadea holding up, waiting minutes, something not right, says Brandon. But Australia still trailing by that 120, and it just shows the Shamar Joseph pitch map. Pretty much all in the same spot, but the natural variation of this wicket is what's changed that ball. Did you watch the Black Cat, says Jet Lees? I managed to watch the highlights. We didn't get to watch it live, seeing as we were doing the coverage for this game. But Shamar Joseph on top of the world at the moment. I don't think we've seen a man have such a great debut in quite some time, and he is still on fire. Here comes Alzari Joseph. Can he back it up? Little bit of a shorter ball. Khawaja drops the hands, lets it run through to Joseph. Oh, sorry, De Silva, it would be. $120 at the moment for the Australians. They trail by. Still a wee way. We've got to remember, when looking through at the West Indies, the fall of their wickets, they were 3 for 52. They were 4 for 98. So theoretically, the West Indies have 30 runs here that if they can pick up a wicket before that stage, they are theoretically ahead in this game. And it seems like the ump is pulling his weight. Says St. Clair Mayers, Finn Allen got 130 plus runs. He certainly did. Yeah, beautifully done. Shamar Joseph, every time he picks up a wicket, he runs out to point. The teammates have to try and chase him. And he's relatively quick too, so it wouldn't be easy to catch that man when he's running away. But anyone who's new to the channel, I should mention, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We've got plenty more of this test match coming just around the corner. It's been an eventful session already. Khawaja yet to get himself a run at the start of day 2. Cam Green got himself back-to-back boundaries, but then was dismissed the ball after by Shamar Joseph. And 45 runs, Black Cats won, says Jet Lees. Only 23.3 overs in for the Australians. They're going at about a 3 runs and over mark. Cam Green was out 14 off 27. So a pretty similar strike rate to what Usman Khawaja is currently sitting on. He's worked that one to the leg side, and this time he will take the single. Half a run out chance. Travis said, I believe he made his ground quite comfortably. That brings the Australians up to 69. He will not last long out there, says St. Clair Mayer. So I guess we should have a guess, ladies and gentlemen. Usman Khawaja, how many runs do we think he will get? He's currently sitting on 31. Now, he was dropped on 3, we must remember. So every time he gets a single or any sort of boundary, any runs, those are extras that he wouldn't have had if the West Indies had taken that early chance to catch him. Luckily for them, they were able to take the catches of Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, though. They would have been brutal ones to drop. Just showing the 3 debutants for the West Indies. Just tuned in and straight away the Aussies lose a wicket. Maybe I jinxed it, says Aylin. And there and go the West Indies, says Ripton and 56 runs off 89 balls, says Jet Li for his prediction. Now Travis Head, Alzari Joseph will be coming over the wicket rather than round. Nicely played by Travis Head. Big up Shamar Joseph. our own Guyanese and hometown youth, says Balewa. Yeah, they've talked about it many times, but the story for that young man to now be playing for the West Indies is absolutely incredible. And to be doing what he's done on Test debut is just as incredible. He's had 3 wickets already. He scored the second most runs for the West Indies with the bat, playing as a number 11. How y'all watch it, bro? Free says Sophia, man. I think the best option is if you are in Australia, you can watch it on 7. But I don't believe there's too many other free options around to be able to watch it. Bunnings NBC Career Mode on Rugby Challenge 4 says Jet Lees. We've done one a little bit in the past in the Be a Pro mode. And keep jinx the Aussies, says Sinclair Mayers. And Cricket 24 is out if you want to get it, says Jet Lees. I'll be honest, I haven't really played that much of Cricket 22 yet, so I'll probably end up playing Cricket 22 first, and then we'll go on to Cricket 24 eventually. Okay, thanks, says Sophia Man. Yeah, there's still a long way to go on this session, another hour and 45 minutes, which is more than enough time for the West Indies to pick up multiple wickets from here. I mentioned if they can get upwards of the 3 wickets today in this first session, that would be massive for them, and that would put them right back into this match. Now, I mentioned about the percentages. West Indies currently 3.9% likely to win this test match. That is still extremely low, but that is higher than they were at the start of the day, where they had about a 1.3% chance of going on to win. Well, just slightly squared up by Shamar Joseph, who is now coming round the wicket to Khawaja rather than over, like we've seen Alzari Joseph. Just a little bit of straightening factor was what bet Cam Green's middle of the bat, got the edge. What's the last wicket that has fallen for the Australians? Can Shamar Joseph pick up the massive wicket of Usman Khawaja? It is left alone outside off stump. Named my name, says Jet Lees. Still trailing by 119. Like I said, the West Indies, they were around 80, I think it was 84 for 4, or somewhere around that mark. 98 for 4. So, if Australia lose another wicket soon, West Indies are ahead in this test match. Come on, the Windies, 2 wickets before lunch, says Sinclair Mayers. Yeah, being able to pick up that first wicket, though, in the second over of the day is massive for the West Indies and their confidence. Watching from Jamaica, good start to the day. Played, keep it up, guys, says Short Boss. Now down the leg side, back over the wicket here for Shamar Joseph. Just not quite happy with going round. 2 more from CapCut, says Jet Lees. Decent speed coming down, 139 the first delivery, 142 for the second, then drop back down to 135 for the third delivery of Joseph. But he gets deceptive pace because he's not the tallest man in the world, but he's certainly able to keep that ball flying through. And because he's a little bit shorter, it means that it skids. That's a nice away movement from Usman Khawaja. Going to be extremely disciplined at the moment, making sure he doesn't go after the wrong ball. That is something that the West Indies batsmen did quite a bit. Definitely the men between about the 4th and the 8th wicket, all chasing after the ball. Enjoying your commentary from Ohio, says Allison. Thank you very much. Hugely appreciated you all being here. If you are new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are back with plenty more of this test match, which is currently heating up with the fact that maybe the West Indies are starting their comeback here. And I was like, come on, just keep it steady, says Sinclair Mayers. And love it, a commentary, bro, watching from Guyana, says Double G. We've got quite a few people watching from Guyana on these streams, which is absolutely awesome because I want to say before doing the West Indies cricket, I don't know whether we've had anyone from Guyana. You sound like you're a West Indian supporter, says A. Mitchell. I mean, they're huge underdogs in this contest. So I feel like no matter what, if we praise the underdog, it will sound like we're back in the underdog. Because like I said, 3.4% chance that they will go on and win this match. But you can't help but I guess, acknowledge how well these young men are doing, because 3 of them on test debut. One of them has only had one other match, but they are taking it to Australia at the moment. But don't get me wrong, Australia's batting lineup is about as deep as any in world cricket. They have got men who are batting 10 who can still score 30 plus runs, similar to what we saw for Shamar Joseph. After this 5-day test match, do some Dream Super Smash 11 commentary. Says Jet Lees, I think after this 5-day, we've actually got the day-night test, which is around the corner. Canadian/Jamaican, says A. Mitchell. And there as well, I'm watching from Antigua, says Eugene. Oh, cut shot attempted there from Travis Head. Now, he's normally very good on the short ball. He's actually frustrated with himself for not connecting with that delivery. But yeah, just rocking back, trying to play it square of the wicket. Doesn't connect though. I don't know whether that was from a little bit of extra bounce from Alzarri Joseph. But yeah, just didn't quite get onto it. It was very close to finding his top edge. But he knew if he went at it hard enough, perhaps it was still going to go over the field. Alzarri Joseph pitches that one up nicely, punched out towards cover from Head, and he does now get his first run of his innings. Listening from the United States, says first responder, welcome in, and where in New Zealand do you live at? So I am in the South Island of New Zealand, halfway in between Christchurch and Dunedin. Good evening, Test cricketing family from a Jamaican in the USA, says Michael Murray. So yeah, it is greatly appreciated all you guys tuning in from all over, whether that's the Caribbean, Americas. It seems to be we've got quite a few people from North America tuning in. Pretty awesome. Short ball, Khawaja pounces, and that is going to be a fantastic shot. Didn't even really hit it out the way that some would anticipate for a back foot pull shot, but it has gone straight, just missing the man at mid-on, and he gets the boundary. Alzarri Joseph. Unfortunately, it's just a nothing ball in terms of the height. We have got there also from the South Island and Wanaka, says Jet Lees, and Antigua says Caudle. And the chat as well, but Khawaja now progresses up to 35 of 71 deliveries. They've got a deep square leg and a fine leg, mid-on. Looks like he is going to get, off the outside edge of Khawaja. I was going to say he might get a little bit of short stuff. But outside edge from Khawaja doesn't go to the slip corner. It would have been a no ball anyway. And moving to Oamaru in 2 years' time, says Jet Lees, and Kingston, Jamaica, says Ricardo. Yeah, just overstepping there. Alzarri Joseph was off the outside edge of Khawaja, which does mean that it was never going to carry. Come visit Wanaka someday, says Jet Lees. I was in Wanaka for 5 days about 3 weeks ago. Fun fact. And Jamaican watching from Florida, says Windle. Another leaf from Khawaja. He's been extremely patient in this innings. Normally he loves his cover drive, but he's witnessed the West Indies and how many players went out trying to play that cover drive on a little bit of a slightly variable bouncing wicket. And hello everybody, Germany, St. Lucia, says Anita. And watching from Ireland, pulling it a late nighter, says Aylin there. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. They're just showing the warming up of the slip cordon of the West Indies. They are very separated in the warm-up, but it seems like they're quite compact now out there on the field. Watching from Dominica, says Melchior. And the Aussies are going to be attacking the West Indies bowlers, says Michael. Yeah, they can't really afford to go into the shell. And what I mean by that is they can't afford to be too defensive, because if they are, then eventually the wickets may come. I mean, we're seeing for this West Indies bowling attack, they have got more than enough capabilities of putting the ball in the right place. And Australia need to make sure the runs are still ticking over. They've managed to score 6 in this over, which has been a very effective one, but that is the end of the 26th over. And it is now 3 for 75. Who's winning the 2027 World Cup, says Jet Lees. It's a little way away, so hard to predict yet. Of course, the defending champs, you'd think they'd be right up there somewhere. West Indies all the way, says Caudle. And watching from New York, Francis Glasgow. Watching from New York. So yeah, I think it's an evening time for you guys in America as well as the Caribbean. And watching from Jamaica, says Derek. And also bowl them out quick, West Indies, says Atiniel. Now Shamar Joseph. He's bowled 8 overs so far, going for the 27 runs, but the key stat there is the fact that he's been able to take 3 wickets. And those have been pretty crucial wickets. Cam Green, Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith. He's chasing a 5 for on debut. And if he can get Travis Head or Khawaja, one of the 2 left-handers, it would be hugely beneficial. Now, I don't think Travis Head will let Shamar Joseph settle. I think he'll try and be aggressive towards him and try and whack him away to the boundary just to slightly rattle the youngster. He is once again coming over the wicket for Shamar Joseph. Nice back foot punch from Head, but no run taken. And go the Windies in the South Caribbean evening, says Ruben. Welcome in. And also Jamaican, watching from the US, yes, 6:55 p.m, says John Humphrey. So I'll ask you guys the question, how many of you guys who are watching this test match, how many stayed up to see the final ball last night? It would have been probably at about 2 a.m. or maybe 1:30 a.m., something like that, for the Caribbean time and North America. So, yeah, how many stayed up right to the end? Do let me know. From Guyana, living in Brooklyn, says Proper Music. And watching from Barbados, go the Windies, says Jenny. Just made a YouTube channel today. Says Jet Lee's in there as well. I think the commentary box, they are just talking about the fact that on a good length, it does quite a bit. And if you can get it consistently on that good length, you're going to pick up wickets. And that is what the West Indies are trying here. Shamar Joseph. Oh, nice delivery. Solid and behind it for Travis here. Gives him a little nod of approval. And watching from Antigua, island of Sir Viv Richards, says Caudle. Of course, brilliant player. Viv Richards back in his day. And that's the kind of West Indies era that these young men are trying to recreate. Trying to make their own history. And to be honest, the likes of a Shamar Joseph, if he can stick around and play like he has in this test match every time he plays, he will be a very dangerous talent in the future for the West Indies. Short ball, Travis here pounces on the opportunity. But there is a man out there, so it will just be the single out to deep square leg. I fell asleep watching it at about 12 midnight, couldn't keep up, says Michael there. And watching from Antigua as well, from Henry. Dropped asleep watching the stream in and out last night. Well, last thing I remember was Shamar Joseph's batting, says Double G. Okay, so that would have been, probably early on in the 3rd session, which still was well and truly late for you guys. But yeah, it is greatly appreciated no matter how long you guys have been watching, whether it's 5 minutes or whether it's 5 hours. It has been a lot of fun. Nice drive from Khawaja, though slightly inside edge. Did end up going to the man at mid-on, no run taken. Much better over from Shamar Joseph here in terms of honing in on that line. And from Guyana, I was up till the end, says Orlando. And thanks for the shout-out. Good job, mate, says Caudle. No worries at all. And like I said, it is greatly appreciated all the support you guys have been showing on these cricketing test match live streams. We've got plenty more coming. The next test match is a day-nighter, which actually means that the first ball is bowled, I believe, at about 11 p.m. for you guys. So it's going to be a pretty rough time zone, but you'll be able to catch some of the action perhaps in the morning early on, but we will be live doing the stream for that match as well. End of the over, 2 runs off it. Nice single taken off the final ball. Just talking about the Travis Head footwork. The way he is able to get himself into position nice and early, and that is because he is quite an aggressive batsman in the way that he plays. If you give him a bad ball, he will go after him. That was proven by the short ball of Shamar Joseph. He only got the single for it, though, which they won't mind too much. And watching from the big New York, Big Shammer, says Lyndon there. And also Moses Zev from Tobago. Until 2 a.m. says Rastaman. And also Lloyd Clark watching from Jamaica. From Jamaica watching in New York as well. And also Jamaica and living, says Cornet. I was up till the end. So yeah, a lot of people stayed right up till the final moments, which is absolutely awesome. Nice ball. Once again, left alone by Usman Khawaja. He's been patient. He's had one big shot Following from St. Kitts Nevis. And thanks for the stream, says Mikhail. Thank you very much for being here, mate. Still working it around at about that run every 2 balls. I watched the game till it finished from St. Vincent. Says Instant and Travis Head is a very, very dangerous attacking aggressive player. He is. Which is why the West Indies, they'll be trying to set a trap here. Try and set him up for failure. Similar to what we saw for Joshua Da Silva batting for the West Indies. They win a few short balls. He was going after it because he likes it. And then that is how they managed to get him out. I feel like Travis Head might be similar. They'll go short a few times and hope that he top edges one or ends up hitting it straight to the man in the deep. Following from Granada, says the Saint and Northern Jamaica listening in New York, thank you. Says first, are we from the Caribbean up all night? Says Orlando there. And doesn't matter how long the batting lineup is, Aussies get him bowled out cheaply. At least that is what I would like. Says Nathaniel. Good night, brother. Cricket, lovely cricket, says Lera. Yeah, it's great to have test match cricket back for the West Indies. Australia, they just had their series up against Pakistan. Of course, they will be feeling confident. Worked to the leg side by Usman Khawaja. Just a one-handed slight turn off his hip. Moves up to 37. That is awesome, bro. Good stuff. Watching from Toronto, says Marvin. And also the West Indies, says Vaughan there. And following from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, says the original banger. And also Motti would be dangerous. Yeah, I think, to be honest, Nathan Lyon didn't bowl as well as he normally would, but he still managed to pick up that last wicket. And I think that Motti's height, with the way that he bowls, we've also got to remember he bowls a little bit quicker than the average off-spinner, so perhaps can create a bit of deception. But I think they'll be going with pace just for a start anyway. Kumar Roach, I believe we will be seeing him in action. Probably taken over from Alzari Joseph once he's finished his first spell. And great job, bro, says Autumn. Thank you very much. And also, we've got that. This is awesome, bro. Good stuff. I watch him from Toronto, says Marvin there. And Trinidad here, says Autumn. Shorter ball. Oh, what? That hit him in the thigh pad, I believe. I thought that was the wicket of Travis Head, but he couldn't quite catch his hands up to it in time. And also, Jamaican watching from, is that Spain? For Tenio, yeah, just off the hip of Travis Head, watching from the Commonwealth of Dominica, says Clement. To be honest, the amount of wickets that we've seen from players trying to turn it off their hip and getting a little bit of bat or glove on it, it's probably not a bad ball from Alzari Joseph. Shorter ball, he thought about swinging but does pull out of the shot. You can imagine we have the next bowler taking wickets at the next end. Says Larry, I mean, I've said it from the start here. If West Indies get 3 or more wickets in this session, they are well and truly in this contest. And I know the percentages say that they aren't, but we've got to look at what's in front of us, which is a couple more wickets falling. Australia, yes, they've got a strong lineup, but if West Indies can consistently take those wickets, they could also, it's a bold statement, but they could also bowl Australia out for under that 250 mark. But it's whether or not they can break these big partnerships that Australia can create. And that is why they've been such a strong side for so long, because they are able to keep that partnership flowing. If a wicket falls, it's a 50-run partnership with the next 2 men. They still have Mitchell Marsh. They still have Alex Carey. Those are 2 massive wickets that the West Indies will have to get. But first of all, they have to get through this partnership of Khawaja and Travis Head. And yes, I was saying no matter how long the batting lineup is, you're not going to get bowled out. That's what I would like. Come on, West Indies, listening from Jamaica, says Daniel, and great job, my friend, says Gladstone. Thank you very much. Yeah, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are on the road towards 44,300. We are 50 subscribers away. So if you want to help us get there, let's see if we can get there before drinks. We've got 25 minutes. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. And let's see if we can get those 50 ticked off before the drinks break. Competitive cricket from the guys, says Leary. Yeah, they've kept it. Oh, Khawaja. He just got lured into playing a one-handed cover drive. He's saying it went away. Tell you what, he's almost just thrown his wicket away after so much concentration from Usman Khawaja. He's been patient. He got a little bit overzealous there and almost the wicket for Shamar Joseph. I think that was almost a little bit closer than Usman Khawaja realises. We have got there Balfour Allen in Jamaica. And also hi from Francisco, welcome in. And yes, really great job, says Anita. And for Granada, staying all up watching on Still I Sleep from Work, says Davis. And Kiwi Kid, you're doing us a great job, thank you. Says Sinclair Mayers. Right, Shamar Joseph, can he follow it up with another good delivery? That time Khawaja does drive. Manages to get himself the single fielded by the captain, Braithwaite. I'm sure we will see better batting in the second innings, says Larry Williams. And yeah, we've got to remember, yes, the West Indies did play up against the Australia XV, but this is their first international test match of 2024. The benefit that Australia has had is they've just finished a West Indies series. That was actually, oh no, I thought they were calling a no ball, but it was just he was blocking Shamar Joseph from being able to bowl. But yeah, we haven't seen the West Indies really get that many minutes under their belt in test match cricket this year. So if they can keep this somehow close, it would be a massive confidence boost. Short ball, Travis here beautifully glided down to deep backwards square leg, another single. Didn't quite bounce up as much as he anticipated, but still managed to play the cross-bat shot. Turn it round the corner. And watching from Jamaica, I just subscribed. Says, Izzy, thank you very much, mate. And hey, good night, my brother. How are you doing? Says Barry, I'm doing very well. Loving the test match cricket that we have got. Shamar Joseph, in his first class career, he had 6 matches, got 20 wickets, and then was thrown in the deep end of playing international. And he's managed to well and truly live up to the expectations. Still 3 slips in the gully for Usman Khawaja. That is because of the movement we are seeing as it just goes straight across his face. Oh, they're making a field change here. This is interesting. I think Shamar Joseph has put a man who was at mid-wicket into extra cover. There's only one man on the leg side. That is that deep square leg that has to make sure he is consistent with that line. But that is an intriguing change here for the West Indies. They're trying to shut down that chance of a drive from Usman Khawaja. And if he does decide to drive, they've got a man there to try and take the catch. Similar to the wicket that we saw yesterday when Marnus Labuschagne at cover was able to take the catch. These young guys are hungry to do well, try and find places among the best. Says Larry Williams. That's the thing. The men who have chosen the short format, I'm talking about a Jason Holder, talking about, there is a large list of players that have decided they wanted to play T20 rather than test match. These young players, if it was me, if I was a selector and they do well in these test matches, I would say that their loyalty of the players going to T20, when they don't have T20 on, I'd still be selecting the young guys. I'd say you decided you wanted to ditch us for the T20 circuit, so yeah, now you're not getting back in the test team. And yes, it will hurt them for a bit, but I think if they can really target developing these young players who are willing to stay in test match cricket, that is the main thing that the West Indies need, some consistency across their lineup, not having players going in and out as they please. That is a short ball from Shamar Joseph. Man at deep backwards square leg. Does manage to get round to it. Very well covered by Moti. And manages to just keep it to 2. Joseph will take 6 wickets. Says Aubrey. Yeah, at the moment he's building very nicely into his first ever bowling innings as an international cricketer. But that is the end of the over. It is 82 for 3 now. And that field change, he has to be very accurate in his bowling, says Michael, and he slightly strayed away for that last ball, dragged it a little bit shorter, which allowed Khawaja to play it across the line. Hello, despite the Windies not getting a big first innings total, Shamar Joseph has shown his potential on debut against the best team in the world, says Frank. Exactly right. And Sherry from Trinidad, live in Florida, thanks for your commentary, says Sherman. And also we have got there watching from Boston for Michael, and Barry is watching from Toronto, Canada. And from Trinidad, watching from Boston, said Michael, I'm back. I like the commentary. Come on the West Indies fight. We are Caribbean people. We are fighters, says Ali there. Now will be Alzari Joseph to continue his bowling spell. So the West Indies going with their 2 frontline bowlers until Kumar Roach decides he wants to have a crack. That is a beautiful shot played by Travis here. Well fielded in the deep though by the youngster. I think that is Shamar Joseph again. Yes, it is. nicely just slightly, yeah, it's just glided really for Travis Head, not trying to over hit it. And Radical in the house from Dominica, says Desmond. And good night, how you doing? Welcome, I was up all night. I had planned to do so tonight, says Patrick. Yeah, there's been plenty of late action in day one with the 2 wickets falling. We have got there, Kiwi Kid. If you have a contract, you have to play or will play. Or will pay, says St. Clair. That's going to hit him on the back leg. For Travis Head, bouncing over the stumps. Head. 5 runs off 16. He normally speeds up. So I wouldn't be surprised if he starts getting a little bit more aggressive once he starts to work out these 2 bowlers. Of course, still early on in his innings. He doesn't want to go too overzealous, too attacking, as it can get you in a little bit of trouble. You don't want to be dismissed. Definitely not when Australia is still trying to build up this partnership. 98 for 4 is what the West Indies were sitting on at the fall of their 4th wicket. Trailing by 104 at the moment for the Australians. They probably aren't expecting to have a 50-plus run partnership for the final wicket, similar to what we saw for the West Indies between Roach and Shamar Joseph. New York, says Yelmy there. And from Cambridge, Ontario, watching from the USA, says Bharat there. Now outside off, and again, Travis Head goes aggressive, tries to play the cut shot. Doesn't end up connecting though, and he doesn't normally miss 2 of those in a row. In terms of those big attacking swings, he's trying to whack it away to the boundary for 4. But in both cases, maybe that little bit of extra pop off the surface from Alzarri Joseph's bowling has led to a mistake from Travis Head. Who do you think will win this one? Says Gladstone. I mean, it's a very tricky one because, like, don't get me wrong, Australia are still firm favourites. Nice back foot punch from yet again, works it out to the man in the deep, which is Joseph. But yeah, like, you can understand why Australia are favourites, but it's also the case of if there was going to be an underdog upset, one of the biggest perhaps of 2024, this West Indies side, they haven't looked too bad. Yes, they got bowled out for 188, but maybe that's just the surface. We've seen Australia lose their 3 wickets already. So, yeah, I feel like it could be closer than some are anticipating. The West Indies can produce more players like Sharma Joseph. I'm confident West Indies can become a great team again, says Frank. And West Indies need to get early wickets in the first session to have a chance, says Patrick. And watch from New Jersey, USA, says Jay Luke. And what time the game's starting? So it did start 45 minutes ago. So far throughout today, we have seen just the 1 wicket from Shamar Joseph, few extra runs for Usman Khawaja, and then, of course, that wicket of Cam Green, like I mentioned. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We had the goal of buy drinks. We were hoping to hit 44,300, and we are currently 23 subscribers away. So if you do want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are building. Says Ali, and if West Indies can produce more players, I know I read that one, didn't I? And even though we did not make 200, I can see promise, go the West Indies, go Jamaica, says Ali there. And how much time before lunch? Currently, they have got another hour and 15 minutes before the lunch break. But Kumar Roach now will be heading into the bowling attack. He had 7 overs last night, went for 21 runs, had 2 maidens, but was not able to take any wickets. He was close. He wasn't getting a huge amount of carry through to the keeper, which I think was making it a little bit trickier for him. They've got the 3 slips still in play. Backward point, cover, and also the man at mid-off. Kumar Roach, a little bit of a false start there. I think that Kumar Roach might be the bowler that Travis Head actually really goes after, because he's a little bit slower than some of the other West Indian bowlers, only around that 125 Ks. But on this surface, you can't afford to go too aggressive towards those type of bowlers because of the movement that can be on offer when the ball bounces. Oh, it came back in there for Roach's first delivery, 126.3 Ks. Might be one of the quicker deliveries that he does bowl today. And West Indies will win this test match, says Desmond, and I'm hoping too, says Ali there. Australia, they still have that 100 runs that they do trail by. It does sound, I guess in some regards, like not too many, but on a surface like this, if they lose a couple more wickets, that can feel like a very hard innings to get to that 200 mark. It's pitched up, beautiful shot by Travis here, front foot, cover drive, slashing the ball away to the boundary. I mentioned about how he would look to attack Roach because of that little bit less pace. That one was a half volley and Travis Head pounced on the opportunity. Now, I should mention, we have seen players for the West Indies go out playing shots like that, though. So you have to make sure if you're going to play it, you play it with confidence and you play it with timing. Time to bring Roach and Motti on, then give the two Josephs a run before the lunch break, says Jay Luke. And we went up there to win. Come on, the West Indies, let's go, says Melcher. Playing that one off the back foot. Travis Head didn't quite bounce as much as he possibly anticipated. We need to get the Khawaja wicket, says Michael Perry. Exactly right. Khawaja, he was dropped on 3 runs by Joshua Da Silva. It was the edge. It was what some would call a regulation keeper's catch. He wasn't able to take it. And now since then, Khawaja has got himself the extra 37 runs. And also, we've got their keep up. You can do it, fight, you can, says Belfer. Straight delivery there from Roach. Searching for that leg stump, but Travis Head, well and truly up for it, manages to play it nice and straight. Do you suggest that Australia gives our younger incoming cricketers, or upcoming cricketers, a chance in Test cricket? I do. I feel like this was the perfect Test match to be able to try and give a few of those young guys the chance, because in the starting lineup, starting 11 for Australia, 2 players are under the age of 30. Whereas for the West Indies, it's probably the whole different story. They've got 3 players on debut, almost chopped on by Travis Head. Just squeezing him up a little bit. I think he's hit it into his thigh, but he tried to play a cut shot off about 4th stump. And he's almost, it's actually gone from the back onto the back of his pad and the back of his back leg, so close to hitting the stumps there for Roach. I'm looking forward to seeing Motti on his pitch with inconsistent bounce, says Jay Luke, and also with that little bit of extra pace. Might get it to skid through a little bit just to keep the batsmen on their toes. Keith from Antigua watching from New York. Nice shot from Travis Head, whip of the wrists, and does manage to get it away to the square leg boundary. Close out the over of Roach. He's gone for 8 runs, but almost managed to get that wicket. Only 2 players above 30 for the West Indies, says Claude. So yeah, it's a complete opposite compared to Australia. And, you know, when you hear that and you think about it, 5 years' time, Australia are losing a lot of players. The West Indies, how many of these young guys will still be there, and they will be that first team. So, you know, the West Indies, compared to Australia, these two sides are in completely different positions in their test match, I guess, outline, or their careers. Because Australia have got the experienced veterans, West Indies have got the inexperienced youngsters who maybe in 5 or 10 years' time become like this Australian side in terms of that experience. I watch from the USA, New York, great commentary, good work, well done, says Hafiz. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate him. Boland should have been given a chance, says Claude. I agree. Boland, Michael Nessa, Lance Morris, any of those men who can bowl could have been worth a crack. Here comes Greaves into the bowling attack. This will be the first over we have seen from him. It's pitched up, and it's bounced up and hit the hand of Usman Khawaja. Now, Greaves has got quite a tall style of bowling. I feel like it gives you that West Indies old school vibe to it. A little bit of a throwback style, but with that comes a little bit of extra bounce, and he hits Khawaja right on the glove for his first delivery. And impressed with Shamar Joseph so far. Look at his stature. Looks like a young Ian Bishop, says Ashton there. He seems so confident. Like, you wouldn't think he's only played 6 first-class games. Trying to lure in Khawaja to playing that wider delivery there, Greaves. But yeah, you wouldn't think he had minimal experience. He just looks like he's been a test match cricketer for a long time, which is always great for when you've got a new player who comes in and looks like he's already a part of the team. And Michael Holding saying, yes, 4 balls that are used off stump, mid stump, leg stump, and rib cage, says Ali. We haven't seen too many bounces bowled as of yet for this West Indies side. Greaves, 124 Ks for that delivery. I think that this will be the stage of the test match where Australia look to be a little bit more attacking because West Indies have gone with their slightly slower bowling. And the benefit of going after the slower bowlers, of course, you got a little bit more time to react. And if they manage to score a lot of runs off them, they'll have to either bowl their spinner or they'll have to go back to pace. And Australia, in this test match, they'll be trying to wear down on this West Indies side. Work the leg side from Khawaja, now moves up to 41 off 90 deliveries. It's a bit of commentary from Ramez Raza. Says Salim, thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. And yeah, anyone who is new, like I said, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We were trying to hit the 44,300 by the drinks break. We have got 8 minutes and we are 12 away. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Is Joseph right or left-handed? Says Ashton. So Shamar Joseph, he is, I believe he's right-handed. I was just trying to think of his batting, but he might bat left-handed, does he? Shamar Joseph. I'm just thinking about where he scored most of his runs. Does he bat left-handed? I think he might. I think he might bowl right-handed and bat left. I could be wrong there for Shamar Joseph. If he does, it just shows even more so how much of an athlete he is. And also, how much do you think Australia will make in their first innings, says Glanston. I think their next 2 partnerships are going to heavily determine how well they go. But I would say, anything over 300 is massive for the Australians, definitely on this pitch by the looks of it. Anything under 200, 250, even 250 to a certain extent, Australia will be disappointed with. Travis here working around quite nicely at the moment. Going to be back to Usman Khawaja being on strike to Roach. We saw Travis Head go after Roach's bowling. Yes, he bats left. Francis Glasgow from Guys says Francis. So yeah, he bats left but bowls right, doesn't he? I believe. Which is, it's a confusing combo, but it's effective at the moment for him. Watching from Brooklyn, and it is James. Talking to Brian Lara at the moment. The commentary box. Even just listening to the commentary of the cricket, you learn so much from Brian Lara. I remember they did something a little while ago, which was Brian Lara versus Rashid Khan. I think they had some sort of bowling that was happening, which was quite a cool watch. Nicely pulled away by Khawaja. Goes out to the man fielding at square leg. In fact, he was mid-wicket. 2 dot balls in a row. It does seem like Khawaja will also go after the bad ball from Kumar Roach. Partnership moves up to 27 runs at the moment off 59 deliveries. So that's exactly what the Aussies needed after that Cam Green wicket. And it was what I was mentioning about 30 minutes ago or so, which was Australia are so good at building a new partnership after losing a wicket. That is what has made them get to so many good totals over the years, is because they lose 1 wicket, then they build a new 50-run partnership. They lose their next wicket, it's a 100-run partnership with the next 2. So even when the top order don't quite deliver with the bat, they're still able to create partnerships throughout the rest of the innings that allow them to get a good total. And West Indies shouldn't be too disappointed. They restrict Australia for less than 360, 380 runs, says Claude. Yeah, see, even 360, I feel, could be a long way away on the surface. And would mean that Australia would have to bat out the rest of today. They'll be trying to get themselves in a position where they cannot lose this test match. Australia will not pass 220 once the West Indies keep the pressure, says Desmond. They are moving close to the stage of where the West Indies lost their 4th wicket. West Indies were 98 runs on the board when they became 4 down. Australia 94 on the board, so theoretically, my statement still stands of if the Australians lose a wicket now, the West Indies are ahead in this game in terms of the amount of runs that they had. We are 4 minutes away from the short drinks break, and we will be straight back into the action. I believe they've got through almost 12 overs of today, so not doing too bad in terms of the run rate or the over rate. I guess he bats left and bowls right. Francis Glasgow from Guyana, watching from New York. Says Francis. Australia will get bowled out for 160, says Aubrey. That one stayed a little bit lower. Another sign of variable bounce off the final ball of Roach's over, but it is now 3 for 94. Still building quite nicely here, Australia's partnership. West Indies, they aren't giving them a huge amount of freebies to be able to hit, which is something that Australia did so well throughout their first innings with the ball in hand, was just putting it line and length and waiting for the batsman to make the mistake. Australia being disciplined. Cam Green, got a good ball from Shamar Joseph. And T-Head Nice says, DJ, yeah, Travis Head, very good batsman. Normally likes to attack the bowlers when they do give him looseness. Outside of off stump on his back foot, he absolutely loves it there. And this is creating lots of interest in the Caribbean with this golden start for the new guys. Take courage, guys. Barbados in the house. Oh, that was close. Got it slightly wrong there, Travis Head. The play and the miss. Any idea how the weather will be for the next 2 days or so? Says Claude. So the next 2 days, I believe it's supposed to be about 29 tomorrow in Adelaide. Nice day. And then it's supposed to be about 31 the day after. So it's going to get quite hot. And great stuff from Guyana. Says, was Chine, thank you very much. And come on the Windies, let's get a wicket now, says Michael Perry. And they almost got it of Travis Head. Outside off, he's gone in the air, Travis Head, and he has found the gap. Will bounce away to the boundary. Deciding to lob it over the fielder. He loves the risk and reward factor of Test match cricket, Travis Head. And the Frank Worrell Trophy is for the West Indies. Frank Worrell was a West Indian. And we need this trophy to return to our shores, says Daniel. And that run, or those 4 runs, bring up the 3,000 runs now for Travis Head in Test match cricket. We've already seen Marnus Labuschagne bring up 4,000 in this test. Once again, another milestone happening for the Australians. Travis Head, what's his average runs? I believe he averages around 40, I think, or 35, somewhere around there, I think, for Travis Head. They did have it just before, but unfortunately I did miss it when it popped up. But he's got a pretty good average, and he also has a good strike rate. He'll attack the ball, and he'll try and score at about maybe a strike rate of 80, which is a bit more aggressive than most batsmen you will see in Test match cricket. And Joseph bowling well, says Keith. He certainly is. Shamar Joseph, the youngster, getting 3 wickets already. But Greaves has to make sure he doesn't bowl that half volley outside of off stump, which he just bowled. But Travis Head mistimes it, and it's just going to be the dot ball. The game is slipping Windies. I said Head is very dangerous. I like him, but I need him out, says Michael Murray. And now the West Indies and Australia both on those 98 runs. That was at the point of the 4th wicket for the West Indies. Is it going to be the case for Australia, or can they keep on progressing this partnership when they sit trailing by 90 runs? Nice drive from Travis here. Once again, finds the fielder at mid-off though. Greaves has actually made the switch as well, going over the wicket rather than round. Trying to make it so that if Travis Head does chase the wider ball, slowly going to be drifting away from him just that little bit more. Yeah, the weather's supposed to be very nice for the Adelaide Oval for the next 3 days of this test match. 31 degrees on Saturday, that is Celsius. So that'll be very toasty And he's driven again. Beautiful shot from Travis here, racing towards the boundary and just keeps it in the field of play. Shamar Joseph. Looks like he's pretty handy in the field. What can't this man do? On his debut, he had a bit of a misfield, but still managed to just get to the ball in time before it races to the boundary. Away happened to Cam Green. He ended up getting back-to-back boundaries, but then straight afterwards ended up getting out to a straighter ball from Shamar Joseph. Yeah, just managing to keep it in the field of play. He's actually crawling along. He's a great athlete, Shamar Joseph. And come on the West Indies. Tighter, says Ali. And that is actually going to be the drinks break now. 100 on the board for the Australians off the 34 overs. Who's your favourite batsman of all times? It's a very tough one. There are a lot of great batsmen from a lot of different eras. My current favourite batsman to watch, probably either Kel Rahul or Aidan Markram. But, yeah, that normally changes week by week, to be honest. I think the West Indies will do better. Batting second round, we need a wicket from another bowler, says Babaliko. Yeah, at the moment, they have got the two slightly slower bowlers out there on the field for the West Indies, or from either end, which is meaning that Australia are able to progress the test match a bit further as they are looking to be aggressive towards the medium paces. I should mention, anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Our goal by the end of the drinks break was to reach 44,300. We are currently 2 subscribers away. So if you want to be one of those 2 and you want to support us, be sure to hit that subscribe button. It is completely free. You'll get notified of when our live streams are starting. We are doing day 3. We're hoping to do some at day 4 and then day 5. If we do get there, of course, in this test match, which at the moment is heavily dependent on how well Australia's partnerships go throughout this first innings of batting. 34 overs down. They do trail by 88. It wasn't too long ago that they were trailing by the 100, but some nice shots from Travis Head, moving up to 20 runs off 33 deliveries, as well as Usman Khawaja, steady Eddie, just slowly ticking over 41 runs off 96 deliveries. Just showing the highlights of day 2. China said, just subscribe. Thank you very much. Hugely appreciated. Yeah, it's been absolutely awesome covering this test match of the West Indies and Australia, mainly because we've met so many new people compared to the rugby live streams that we've done in the past, even the cricket live streams that we've done in the past. We're seeing so many new names in the chat, which is absolutely awesome. And we've got plenty more live streams around the corner, whether that is cricket, whether that is rugby, whether that is the Olympics coming up soon. We will be covering some of that on the channel. Travis Head looking aggressive since making his way to the crease, playing some lovely driving strokes. Has moved his way up to 20 runs. At this point, DJ has said done. And there as well, thank you very much, mate. I will ask the question, ladies and gents. We've got about 57 minutes remaining of this first session. How many more wickets do you think the West Indies will end up with? Remembering they've had 1 so far. That was the wicket of Cam Green. How many wickets do we think we'll see throughout this next hour of play? I said that they would need at least 3 in this session to be in a hunt of having a good chance. Needed you for India versus South Africa, says DJ. I was actually, believe it or not, I was going to be covering, I think it was day 3 onwards of India versus South Africa. Unfortunately, though, it only went 2 days, that last test match. But we are going to be doing New Zealand versus South Africa, the test series, when it does come up. We have got there, bowling needs to change. Try Motti, says Desmond. Yeah, might not be a bad idea. And here we go. Motti actually into the bowling attack. 0 wickets, says Samuel, throughout the next hour. And come on, says Melvin. 3, says Teniel. Okay. So 1 slip, back pad. Also 3 men out on the offside, point, cover, as well as mid-off. But here comes Motti. And first ball on the money, just on the off stump. Khawaja blocks. And it's extremely important that they slow down the run scoring of the Australians, and through doing so, they need to try and pick up 1 or 2 wickets along the way. If anyone can, Motti can. Says Daniel, but been loving it. I'm actually new to cricket. Says DJ Mazda, so I'm glad that you've been enjoying the cricket. Is Test match cricket your favourite format, DJ, or do you prefer T20 or ODI? Do let me know. Yes, we need about 3 wickets this session. Says Michael, yeah. 3 wickets would at least put them, I would say, at an even playing field with their opposition here. Whip to the leg side from Khawaja. Doesn't find a gap though. Hits it to the fielder. This next patch for the Australians, this is going to be where they either make their lead or... Oh, Yorker there from Moti. 94 kilometres an hour. He's a little bit quicker than most spinners, but gets it in the right place. We've seen 5 dot balls already, and not so popular here over in the States. Says DJ Mavstar. Although, of course, Cricket World Cup coming up for the US as well as the Caribbean. That'll be quite awesome seeing if cricket does grow because of having a World Cup over there. That's the end of a good over from Moti. Going for 0 runs off it. And Khawaja predominantly playing off his back foot. And I feel like if he can just get that length a little bit more outside off stump and also a little bit further back, maybe that's when Khawaja pushes that one, gets himself in trouble. I mean, like in Aussie rules, says DJ Mavstar. And looking from Warapoka village in Guyana, says DJ Samuel. And the West Indies will get 4 more wickets in this session, says Gladstone. And also watching from Guyana Oilfield, says Antonio. Oh, short ball. Travis Head says, yes, I will be having that. And that is the first 6 of the Australian innings. That is what Travis Head offers you, the power and the precision. And just checking in from work, watched your whole last night. I like your commentary. I subscribed last night. I'm watching again all night tonight. Like Shamar attitude. What do you like so far? I really like the Shamar Joseph. It seems like they've found themselves a hidden gem and a future superstar. Now, that is a fantastic shot from Travis here. Greaves looks disappointed, but you cannot afford to only put it about halfway. You either need a full bouncer or another drive. Goes straight out to the fielder and Chunda Paul, though. That could have been another boundary. Are you younger brother of Brendan McCullum? I am not, no. Someone did compare me to Brendan McCullum in terms of looks, though, a little while ago. I don't see it personally, but I'll take it as a compliment. Amoti needs a wicket, says Tennille. And there will be 2 more wickets in this session, says Patrick. I'm watching from New York City. I'm enjoying this, but is there any ball-to-ball coverage? Says Daniel. We do a little bit. It's a little bit of a balancing act, to be honest. Nicely back foot punch from Travis Head for 1. But yeah, we normally, we'll try and do as much ball-to-ball as we can, but then we also do get a little bit distracted at times. But I think that's part of the fun, I guess you could say. But yeah, we also got the scoreboard that keeps ticking over just so that you have a rough idea of what's happening. And 2 more wickets will fall. Says Daniel and chatting from Bull Bay in Jamaica. Go the Windies. Says Ali. Now Greaves, he's gone for 7 off his first 3 balls. That one left alone from Usman Khawaja. Outside off stump. The danger for the Australians is not getting too confident here, because the runs are flowing, but you definitely cannot afford to attack the wrong ball here. Not up against the West Indies bowling attack that has shown, and when they get it right, they can pick up the wickets. Australia only down by 81 runs now. One once again left alone from Khawaja, who has faced over 100 deliveries for his 41 runs. A lot slower scoring than most of the other Australian batsmen, but he is still there, and that is the main thing. And someone else needs to get 2 more quick wickets, says Melvin. And also we have there, the Aussies are starting to rack up the runs. No more jinxing the batsmen, and we're flying, says Aylin. It's still not quite carrying through the way that the West Indies would like, who got the 3rd wicket, says All-Star. It was, once again, Shamar Joseph who managed to get it outside off, left alone, a little bit wider, that one, compared to the previous leave. At the end of the over, 107 for 3. It's now 7:38. PM in Jamaica, and what he can deliver. He is West Indies' new sensation spin bowler. Says Fazima. And go the Windies rally. Come on, line and length. Come on, boys. Says Kurt Albowen. And a moral victory for this young West Indian team would be to take the test match beyond day 3. Should build their confidence going into the second test. And I should mention, second test is going to be a day-nighter. So that is with the pink ball as well. Something that a lot of these young guys, to be fair, before this test match, they hadn't played in a red ball international test match. Now they're going to be facing a pink ball test match just around the corner. Well worked down the ground. Travis Head hits it to long on and gets the single off the first ball of Motti's over. And also we have got there Sandyford, listening from New York City, like Australia. And based on what you've seen so far this morning, anything Windies could have done differently, says Claude. I don't think they've attacked the off stump enough. I think that they've been bowling quite wide. It's nicely flicked away, dragged down by Motti, and 4 runs now for Usman Khawaja. He moves to only 5 away from his half century. But yeah, I think the West Indies, a majority of the time, they've been chasing around that 6th stump. But it was actually the baller Shamar Joseph on about 4th, just a little bit shorter, that managed to get the edge of Cam Green. That last over of Greaves was probably a good example of that because, you know, he tried the straighter one, got hit to the boundary, and then bowled about 3 or 4 wide outside off stump to just try and mitigate the amount of runs that Australia are getting. How's the wicket playing? It's doing a lot, to be honest. For a day 1 wicket, we saw the first ball from Mitchell Starc moved about maybe 6 inches or so. And since then, we've had a bit of variable bounce as well as quite a bit of sideways movement. But I think both sides, maybe it's starting to flatten out a tad. So it might be better to bat on about day 4 or 5. Or, sorry, day 3 or 4 in this one. I think the West Indies should attack the stumps more, says John Humphrey. And yeah, not get disheartened if they get hit to the boundary with a straight delivery. Like, yes, it's unfortunate going for the boundary, but you also have to remember, at the end of the day, if they miss, you're in. And all you need is that little bit of natural variation off the surface. How many overs are left for T-Head, says DJ Mazstar. So he could bat for as long as he likes here, Travis Head. But he's currently sitting 28 off 37. It's the best partnership for Australia. They've just mentioned Jamaican but live in Florida. Come on, boys. This is a very good experience for the young boys. Exactly right. Huge opportunity for the young guys to have a little bit of a knockout there in the middle up against such a tough Australian side. They probably won't face a team as strong as this for a long time. So, yeah, it will be huge experience. Fazema set out next ball, and 142 in Spain now, says to Neil. Pitched up, that's close. That is close. Did he get an inside edge? I think there might have been bat on it. If he hadn't inside edged it, though, that was going to be extremely close. Doesn't look like they are going to go upstairs for that one. There were 2 noises, line and length. We'll do it for the West Indies. And I agree with you, says Kurt Albowen. This one coming back in. Travis, he tried to work it to the leg side. Yeah, just the inside edge of his bat. Greaves, outside off. Travis Head likes them there. A little bit shorter of the length. Hit it to deep point and does get another single. And Travis is a dangerous batter, says Vazima. He certainly is. And the thing that also makes him more dangerous than some batsmen is the fact that he does like to score so quickly. They're just showing there, yep, inside edge for Travis Head in and into his pad. But yeah, he's more of a scorer, runner, ball type of batsman. So if you are bowling not to a plan or you aren't quite getting it right, he will get those runs a lot more efficiently. Khawaja's gone. Greaves gets the wicket. Khawaja threw his hands at the wide ball. I mentioned about it a little bit sooner, or a little bit earlier on, that we saw Chanderpaul, that we saw a couple other West Indian batsmen just go after the wrong ball. Khawaja's done that. He got impatient. The little lack of pace from Greaves does a bit off the surface skims away, and Khawaja's now gone for the Australians. Perfect time to strike. Greaves on debut as well manages to pick up the wicket for the Windies. The wicket says all-star. And there, but massive wicket. Usman Khawaja dismissed 45 off 111 deliveries. Strike rate of 40.5. And on or about off stump, I told you. Says given, although that one was the wider delivery, but the benefit that he had, the seam, I believe it ended up skimming away a little bit. Natural variation off the surface. We saw a little puff of dust, which isn't really what you want to see. On day 2, head next, says Daniel. Yep, that'll be the next one that they need. But Khawaja gone is a massive wicket for the West Indies here. 2 wickets after this break, says Lyndon. And also huge wicket, says Samuel Kane. And going, or good going, boys. I remember how he destroys India, says Vizima. And I hope no one scores a 50 for Australia, says All-Star. Yeah, Khawaja, he was close. But he's been so patient throughout the rest of his innings. And maybe he got too patient. Maybe he was just in the mindset of, I'm not going to go after anything. And then he saw how wide it was and went, yeah, that's my ball. And then straight to the slip cordon. Fantastic catch. We do need to give a lot of credit there, because without that catch being taken, it would have meant that they were in a bit more trouble. But it was a great catch taken by Avanaz, one of the other young men who have made their way into the side. And now Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head, 2 Australians at the crease. Now these 2 will not mess around. They are 2 batsmen that like to go after the bowlers, try and score a lot of runs. That's at line and length. Let them make their own mistakes. Their chances will come, says Kurt. And there as well. But yeah, a full delivery from Greaves outside of off stump. Khawaja, he'll be kicking himself for that dismissal. Who caught it? It was Athanaz who was able to take that catch. First ball to Marsh, outside off, left alone. Anita Yorker in the block goal for the new batsman, says Kevin. And West Indies fighting back, says Fazima. So I should mention the 5th wicket falling for the West Indies. It did fall when they were on 107 runs. So if they can pull it back to getting Australia, let's say 132 for 7, then they are in the same position as the West Indies were. But they need a few more quick wickets for that to happen. Greaves, close to the outside edge of Marsh, who was lured into playing 129 Ks, a little bit quicker from Greaves. He's now starting to find his stride. And also we have got there, Marsh loves to score around about a runner ball. He does, and he also loves feeling bat on ball, which is why this is so important that Greaves finds that line outside off stump on about that 5th stump line, because then he will push at it and you will have half chances. That was almost one there. The last ball of the over. Again, it's nicely done. Inside edge from Marsh into his pad. That will close out what was a fantastic answer back from Greaves. After going for 7 in his last over, he manages to get the 1 run off him, but the wicket falling of Usman Khawaja. Yeah, that one was coming back in quite nicely for Greaves, the final delivery of the over. I'll miss looking at David Warner bat and the Test match jam one day, says Antonio. And yeah, he's been at the top of the order for the Aussies for so long. So, yeah, Steve Smith getting his first chance to open, did only go for the 12. We have got there, while you're covering cricket, says John, we have covered a bit of cricket in the past as well. So yeah, that's the difference. 1 ball from Greaves was just that little bit wider, and then he pulls the length back by only about maybe 4 inches, but brings it in by about 6, and that was enough to get Khawaja driving. Run rate will go up now, says Antonio. And get Marsh earlier, will take the game away from us, says Julian. Yeah, the amount of importance on these 2 wickets right here, Marsh and Head, because they are 2 men who can score 100 runs off 120 balls. And they have to try and take them out of the game. Shamar Joseph back into the bowling attack. Dot ball first to Travis Head. And Monty will take a wicket next over. They've actually taken him out of the bowling attack, believe it or not. They've gone back to Shamar Joseph. And I mean, if anyone knows about taking wickets, it is this young man. Taken 3 already on debut. And be positive in all your activities, West Indies players. You can match them bowling and batting. Forget the critics and play Test cricket, says Earl. And I should mention, with that wicket falling, West Indies now have a 5.4% chance of winning this Test match. It's still extremely low. Again, Travis Head tries to cut that ball when it's outside of off stump. he is not willing to let that one go through, which is where a wicket-taking opportunity can come. It may cost you a few runs, but it's still a very good chance to get another wicket. More wicket, says Kevin. Just slashing at that one. A little bit too close maybe to cut for Travis Head. Definitely the region he was trying to hit it to. Good move, skipper. Great bowling change, says Julian. 2-dot balls for Shamar Joseph to start his next spell. Trying to whip that one through the gully region, but it's well fielded by the West Indies, who, to be honest, I feel have really stepped up in their fielding element throughout this test match. We saw Shamar Joseph flying round the boundary, tapping it back. Motti took a fantastic catch of Marnus Labuschagne. Same can be said about the catch taken by Greaves of Steve Smith, and just recently that catch by Athanaze. It's really been the difference between putting the Aussies under pressure or doing what Pakistan did and giving away that pressure every time. Hit away, pull shot there from Travis Head. He enjoyed that length and he's got it away to the boundary for 4 runs. He must cover boxing. Usyk versus Fury on 17th of Feb. And Parker and Zhang on March 8th, says John. Because I think on that Parker-Zhang card is also Joshua versus Ngannou, isn't it? Come on the Windies, concentration time, says Ali Richards. And we need 6 down by lunchtime, says Kevin. Yeah, I said in this session they need at least 3 wickets to be in the hunt. They've got 2. Travis Head hits it in the air, but it doesn't quite carry to the man in the deep. Will just be the one. And yes, says Johnny, is from Guyana. Sharma Joseph, our country, says Fazima. And yeah, his story is incredible. The fact that it takes 2 days to get to where he lives, but they somehow found him. And then he was brought in. They gave him a bit of coaching. 2 years is all it took for them to be able to develop into the player that he is now. Same for Motti, my countryman, says Vazima. We've still got 38 minutes remaining in this session, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. It is free to do. You will get notified of when we go live on the channel. Yeah, currently building very nicely in this test match. The Kiwi lads are the best, says RS. Thank you very much, mate. We are on the goal of 44,400. I want to say by the end of the session, we're only 85 away. So yeah, if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Nice solid drive from Mitchell Marsh. It goes straight out to Chanderpaul at mid-off. We have got there. West Indies may get 1 more wicket. Don't think anymore, says Michael Murray. Yeah, 1 more wicket here brings in Alex Carey, the left armer, or the left-hander. So, you know, once you get through him, you're into the tail. And great to see this match somewhat in a balance. The spectators deserve a good match. They've been very supportive to both sides, says Claude. Yeah, it's awesome to see the respect that the crowd has for the West Indies, because, like, people know when looking at this West Indian side, like 3 men on debut, you've got a couple other guys with less than 10 test caps, 1 with only 2. But, like, to go into Australia in what would seem like a hostile environment for a new batsman, and to have it be so inviting and like friendly is actually it's quite a nice change. So yeah, they'll be loving it, I'm sure. It's South Africa is sending a second string team to New Zealand. They certainly are. And also, let's go to the West Indies, says Akina and the chat as well. And also keep it tight, pressure burst pipe, says Ali Richards. Yeah, eventually, if they can slow down the run scoring, the problem they've got is they're trying to slow down run scoring against 2 of the most attacking batsmen. Maybe not in world cricket, but they're right up there, probably in the top 10 in terms of most aggressive batsmen in terms of strike rate. So it's not going to be easy to stop them from running or getting the runs, if we did. And also West Indies need someone with money to invest in the players and build better infrastructure, says Gladstone. And also 1 more over for Motti, please, says Vazima. He may get 1 right at the end. They are just showing here Travis Head. This is actually a 2nd highest score for 2024. Nicely played off the pads for Marsh. He's a wicket taker, says Vazima. 35 minutes remaining in this session. Marsh sitting on 1 off 7 at the moment. Travis Head at the non-strikers end here sitting on 34 off 44 deliveries. So it does make you wonder though. Can the West Indies pull off 1 or 2 more wickets? If they got both of these 2 in this session, I can't state enough how important that would be. Outside edge from Marsh doesn't carry to the slips. Did end up bouncing. And thanks for the broadcast. I'm listening from New York. I am a Dominican. Says Shirley, and discipline, all we need. And Greaves is a spinner or a medium pacer. Greaves is a medium pace. Bowls about that 125. Sometimes get closer to 130, but yeah, majority of the time around the same pace as Kumar Roach of around that 125 mark. But he's got quite a nice bit of height in the way that he bowls the ball, stays right upright. But it's not going too badly for him at the moment. He did get whacked for 6 earlier on, but did pick up that crucial wicket of Usman Khawaja as well. Currently Australia, they trail by 68 runs, which will be cut down relatively quickly with these 2 men at the crease. Crease 4 dot balls in a row here in this over. Holding it seam up. I think he's going to be trying to get this one to slightly swing away. It's over pitch though. Nicely fielded by Brathwaite. It's all about backing up your bowlers here for the West Indies. It's all well and good the bowlers doing well, but you have to be tight in the field. No misfields, no drop catches. Let your bowlers know that if they get it right, you're going to be there with them. And that'll be something that, I mean, for this young West Indian side, a lot of these guys haven't played together. So the fact that they have been doing quite decently as a cohesive unit, I think is promising for them in the future. A little bit shorter from Greaves, 123 Ks. Greaves is a pace bowler, says Philip, but a good over from him, a maiden for Greaves, and good changer. However, it comes down to crunch time, says Rastaman. This is what we were talking about, building a little bit of pressure. A maiden here from Greaves means that at the other end, Shamar Joseph, they may look to go after him just that little bit more. Even though Test match cricket is a very long game, the Australians, definitely when it's these 2, they do not like to have dot balls. They do not like to have maiden overs. They need to bowl 1 spin, 1 pacer, says Bazima. Although I do like the change of Shamar Joseph back into the attack. And Go McCullum there isn't any local commentary. In Jamaica, refreshing commentary, says Ali. Now pitched up. Well played by Travis Head. Lack of foot movement there. Actually ended up leaning away to leg side. I'm asking what he bowls. Says Philip. So yeah, he is about that 125 pace bowler. Mainly, he actually relies more on seam movement, I believe, rather than swing for those first few overs. But he can get it to move a little bit. Joseph. The good news for him today is he hasn't had any loose balls when he has been running in. He actually dropped the ball, I believe, 3 times yesterday. And is running almost chopped on to the stumps for Head. Gets a little bit of luck. No foot movement whatsoever from Travis Head. Like they've said, he's been looking to score, so he's willing to rock back and just try and open up that cut shot or the pull if it's available. But he steps on to yeah, there was tentative nature to that front foot, kind of a little bit of a half shuffle, and then he kicked it forward. Shamar Joseph causing players frustration, causing players awkward. Just nature to how they're playing. I think that's because of the skiddy style. He's looking at the edge. Travis Head going, whoops, that wasn't supposed to hit that. Oh, Peach. Outside off, little bit back of a length, and Marsh does not connect with it. What is your cricket history, says Gladstone, sorry. I'll be honest, I don't have much of a cricket history. Like, not only because I used to play when I was a lot younger. I was in, like, the development team for our region. So, like, that was decent overall, but I ended up giving up cricket when I was maybe about 12. And last year, I actually started playing again, and since then, you know, I've been enjoying it a lot. We've actually had our GoPro on our helmet for our innings, so you can actually find a few of those videos on the channel, including that pinned comment. You will get to see me playing in a cricket match. We are in 3rd grade, but that is more of the case of just trying to help like the younger players at the club have a team to play for. But yeah, it's good fun. I actually got cricket training tonight, fun fact. 1 run off this over for Shamar Joseph's bowling. Marsh back on strike, and he hasn't looked comfortable facing Shamar Joseph off the outside edge again, but it doesn't carry, but brilliantly fielded there. Mitch Marsh, he had to play it softly. The chances are coming here for the West Indies. It's just whether or not can they take one more in this last 30 minutes. Yeah, off the edge. Just an awkward one from there, bouncing into the hands of, I believe that was McKenzie. He's still got a big smile on his face. Took that one very sharply. A slower ball will do. So here's Kevin. Now last ball of the over. Hit him in the pad. And we'll get the single. I think it will be classed as a leg bye. And that'll be the end of the over now. And it is 4 for 122. And wicket, Marsh gone for 2, says the house there. I don't know whether that's a prediction or whether you are ahead of me at this stage. And Ozzy McCullough, I mean, says it was Ali and 4 isn't too bad. 2 more quick wickets and we're back in it, says Philip. Yep. So if they can sneak 1 or 2 more wickets, definitely if it's these 2 individuals who are at the crease currently, Marsh at this stage hasn't given them too much trouble. But he can. That's the danger. If you allow Mitchell Marsh to be at the crease for more than a few overs, he'll start to find the boundary. Say fish and chips, says the house. I think us Kiwis say it a little bit weird, don't we? I'm not sure whether or not I said it quite. I think people think we say it fish and chips or something along those lines. 3 slips at the moment for the West Indies. Kumar Roach coming back into the bowling attack. That is to replace Greaves. Did manage to get the breakthrough wicket. Left alone by Marsh. Outside of off stump, 122 Ks for Roach there. Trailing by 66 runs, the Australians. Australia says hi, says the house. In there as well. It was the most significant partnership that Australia has had up till this stage of the innings between Head and Usman Khawaja. Both left-handers looking very strong. Now that they've got the left-hand, right-hand combination, might be a little bit of an adjustment for the bowlers. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're on the goal of reaching 44,400 by the stage of the end of session number 1. We are currently 70 away. So if you do want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. You'll get notified of when we go live for these test matches. We're covering plenty more of it in the near future. Yeah, be sure to hit that subscribe button. 3 slips in play for the Windies, and that was almost one of them getting the ball there. Once again, soft hands, and it means that it does hit the bounce first. Thoughts on Warner never apologising or admitting guilt regarding you know what, says the house. I mean, it's one that a lot of people will talk about for Warner for a while, even after he is retired, but like, yeah, it's one of those subjects that you can't really win no matter what way you talk about it. Like, because should he have done it? No. But was he able to continue playing? Yeah. So it's a bit of it's a weird scenario, isn't it? So great bit of work from Kumar Roach off his own bowling, stopping the straight drive of Marsh, which I would say certainly would have made it to the boundary. We're actually seeing a bit of foot movement here from Marsh. A couple little shuffles down the wicket before the ball is bowled, trying to mitigate that chance of an LBW. Played cricket in school. What the coach told me to bowl, I got few wickets. What I bowled from my mind, I got lots of wicket. Who needs coaches? Says Ali. Again, another dot ball for Marsh. So he's only sitting on 1 run of 20 deliveries. That will be very frustrating for Marsh. Definitely because we've just, before he made his way to the middle, we were saying how he's one of the most attacking batsmen. Have any professional cricketers become an umpire? Says Shafi? I think so. I think, or at least I know a lot of cricketers would have become umpires. I'm not sure about professional cricketer, but yeah, I know a few who have played decent level cricket who have gone on to become umpires. That'll be the end of the over. Another dot ball for Marsh. Starting to look a little bit disappointed that he hasn't been able to tick over any more runs, but this is a great pressure creator for the West Indies. Pull rifle for one, and we want Marsh before lunch go the Windies, says Young Fresh. Although, if you had to pick between getting the wicket of Marsh or getting the wicket of Travis Head, which one would you pick, Young Fresh? Because I think Travis Head would be the better option now, but they would well and truly take either if it was available. Still another 24 minutes remaining of this session, ladies and gents. We will be back for session number 2 as well for today. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Head says double G. Almost chopped on again for Travis Head. The inside edge is extremely busy for his bat. And Rifle is a great player umpire, says the house. Yeah, just outside off stump is where the West Indies need to aim, although that ball that got Kawadra out was a lot wider. And we want both wickets before lunch, says Philip. And also we have got their Head on Manish, says Rastaman. Now 2 slips for Travis Head. That is due to his attacking nature. Short ball there from Shamar Joseph. Does actually sneak out of the hands of De Silva, but he was able to stop it enough that it doesn't race away for any runs. Oh, it's a no ball from Shamar Joseph. Slightly got that wrong. And who are the other spin bowlers other than Motti, says Pazima? I think they've only got the one spinner, if I'm correct here, for the West Indies. I got the stat for current over rate, says the house. They've had, it's not great. I think it's about 12 per hour at the moment they've got. Oh, played solid off the back foot, Travis Head. He does enjoy the back foot shots just as much as the front. And this test match seems like it is going to be a low scoring one, says Glanston. Yeah, I think it is important that the West Indies, even if they do end up with some sort of deficit after this first innings, that they still have a slightly attacking mindset going into their second, because or else then Australia, normally it's that second innings that they struggle in terms of the team facing them. We have got there also Rusterman Manish Water, and perfect timing having Joseph against Head right now, says DJ, and I miss Warney on the commentary, says the house. Yeah, we lost some great cricketers all in a very short period of time, because not too long after that they also lost Roy from the commentary box. And then just before that, I think they were mourning the death of, I think it was Rod Marsh, wasn't it? So, yeah, a lot of Australian cricketers all in a very similar time passing away. Now, once again, Marsh hasn't been able to get the ball away. And McCullough will do, says Ali Richard. The run rate at the moment for the Australians sitting at 2.91, so not a huge amount more than what we saw for the West Indies. And Kaveem Hodge is in the team, a spinning all-rounder, says Julian. Oh, okay, see, I didn't actually know that Hodge was a spinner. That may just be because I haven't seen a huge amount of him, but maybe they give him a couple overs. I think they'd rather Motti for a start, though. Shot. Marsh is off now. His first boundary. And it's a beautiful cover drive. Shamar Joseph just ends up pitching it up a tad too much. And nothing will ever beat a Chappell, Greg Ritchie, and Bill Lowry. And also, brilliant job you're doing in terms of the commentary. Keep it up, says Ateniel. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated, but great back foot shot from Mitchell Marsh. Oh no, just gets the weight forward. Just play it leaning back. Modern day commentary is horrible on the telly, says the house. And also Bill Lowry was the man, says Ali. So how does Shamar Joseph fire back? Gives him another ball in a similar position. It's chopped into the ground, ends up at slip. That will be the end of the over now. 128 for 4 here for the Australians. Still 20 minutes remaining in this session. We will be back for session number 2, but there is, of course, that 40-minute break beforehand. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are currently sitting only 62 away from reaching that target of the 44,400 by the lunch break. So we've got 20 minutes, try and go up 60. Let's see if we can do it. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and we'll get notified exactly when we go live for these exciting test matches. The next one between the West Indies and Australia, it is going to be starting up on the Thursday next week is when it is going to be starting. Now, Travis Head on strike. Kumar Roach will continue his bowling. Just a little bit leg side-ish, and Travis Head manages to whip it away quite nicely for the single. Didn't try and overhit it. Now Marsh, after his first boundary, is he going to be aggressive here to Roach? Or is he going to be patient, bring back Motti to ball until lunch? I think Phil Hughes will still be in the squad, if not for the tragedy. Says House. I mean, it's always very hard to tell in terms of, like, with it being so long ago, because you never know. Maybe he would have suffered a different injury. It's just, once again, off the edge from Mitchell Marsh, but he's come closer in the slip court and almost a little bit of a fly slip type scenario just to try and get the chance of a catch. Kumar Roach just hasn't quite got the pace needed to get it to carry to that man. So they need Marsh to go at him a little bit harder. Now Roach, I think that line is the right one, just outside of off stump. Oh, he's got him this time. It is carried, and it's a great take in close. Roach gets the wicket of Marsh just before lunch. And the West Indies, they are loving it at the moment. Greaves, fantastic catch. Had very little time to be able to react. He took the catch earlier on in the innings with Steve Smith. He's got another there. Marsh did just not quite look comfortable in the middle. West Indies need to rotate their bowlers properly, says Vizima, although they made a very good choice of keeping Roach in there. And got him, says the House. I think you may have had it a little bit before us, the House, so be sure not to put any spoilers in the chat if you can avoid it. They are just checking this catch. Justin Greaves, safe catch. Brilliantly done. He had the helmet on to protect his face, but he's got it straight in the mitts. Very sharp catch. They said, hang on, maybe not out. Nah, that's out. That is out. We're going to see about 50 replays here. For me, he's got control of that ball. Yeah, that's fine. He's got it in the hands. Ball not touching the ground. I tell you line and length, boys. What did I tell you guys, says Kurt. And out, says Kurt. Yeah, it's out. If that somehow gets reversed, then we've got a big problem there. Look at that. Got him, says Julian. So, yeah, the wicket falling in Marsh just before the lunch break. They've still got 15 minutes to try and get into the Aussie tail. Now the combo of Alex Carey, as well as it will be still Travis Head. So 2 lefties. I was just thinking about which way they will be facing. Yeah, the ball prior was a little bit short, so they stepped him forward just a little bit more, Greaves, and then took the sharp catch. Well, impressive stuff from the West Indies, says Samuel Kane. Yeah, they bring themselves back into this test match. They are 5.4% likely to win. It's gone up to 6.5, which I feel is still an insult to the side that look like they're really feeling the momentum now. Well, I see brilliant planning from the West Indies. They were $70 underdogs earlier on today. I'm just curious. They're $12 underdogs now, which is still quite low. But Alex Carey, great front foot drive. The first ball that he has faced. Yes, kid, we are in the tail. And New Zealand was robbed in the 2019 World Cup. Says the House. Let's go. The Windies, says Cordell. And the Windies, let's go, says Babaliko. 15 minutes remaining. I said for this session. They needed 3 or more wickets to have a good chance in this test match. They've got the 3 currently. Can they pick up the 4th? Alex Carey outside, off stump, leaves it. What's the field placement like right now, says Claude. So for Alex Carey on strike, they have still got that man who is ahead of the slips. So almost halfway in between the slips and the batsman. He's got a helmet on to try and protect him from that edge that flies by. They've got their, I believe, 2 slips. And then I don't think they've got a gully at this point. And keep going, boys. Keep it steady. Come on, boys. Says Kurt. And then the wider angle. Great straight drive from Alex Carey. 2 men down the ground, mid on, mid off. And then point and cover. Just down the ground. Brathwaite, the captain, has charged down there and kept it to 3 runs. Brilliant stuff from the West Indies. They are really playing like a well-oiled machine at the moment. And they are playing like a side that want to pull off the upset. Greaves has a helmet in the slips. Well, how close is he, says Claude? So yeah, pretty much halfway between slips and the batsman, probably actually about maybe 4 or 5 metres ahead of the slip cordon. So he's close enough to make that catch that he just took. Absolutely incredible. I've got there, we like being the underdogs. Get them, boys. And 1 more and I'm good, says Michael Perry. But yeah, very good work from Roach to pick up that wicket. 14 minutes remaining in this session. We are back for session number 2 as well, ladies and gents. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are now 50 away from the goal that we had by the end of this session. So if you do want to help us get there, it is very greatly appreciated. 5 runs of 26 deliveries for Marsh. Shamar Joseph continuing his spell. He's up to 13 overs bowled. And West Indies is playing with purpose. Says Changing Lives broadcast. And we're going for Travis Head now, says Young Fresh. And yeah, if they can pick up either of these wickets, they will be more than happy at this stage of the test match. Just off the outside edge. Great catch from Greaves, managing to get under that ball is absolutely phenomenal. Nicely played again from Alex Carey. Solid in behind it. Australia still trailing by that 56 runs. They have to try and cut down on that. This partnership, though, they do have the potential of going far. Joseph will get Carey, says Jaden there for the prediction. I mean, Shamar Joseph, he's 2 away from a 5-for. Roach picks up the 1 wicket, of course. And then the other wicket we saw a little bit earlier on was taken by, it was actually Justin Greaves. The man who's taken 2 catches has also managed to pick up the wicket. And great commentary, great knowledge of the game, says Ashton. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. Like I said, anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got plenty more of this test match just around the corner. I think it's going to be an eventful day. And I cannot wait to see how it ends. The average partnership between Head and Alex Carey is 21. And their best is actually 41 for these 2. They will definitely need that now. Inside edge from Alex Carey. Doesn't manage to get the single. Chanderpaul fielding it square leg. Has cut that one off. Come on, West Indies can do it. Says Rusterman. Australia is known for thriving under pressure. Still 300 is on. Says Claude, yeah, we cannot underestimate what this Australian tail can do. And they aren't even really theoretically at the tail as of yet. They've still got Pat Cummins. He did very well in that series up against India. You've got Mitchell Stark who can hit a long ball. Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazlewood. There's still, for me, 100 runs worth still to come. And this partnership between Alex Carey, who is very, very handy with the bat. He doesn't normally get too much of a chance to really set a total for the innings. Normally when he comes in, they're ahead by 300 or 400 already. So they don't need a massive innings from him. But he's still got a lot of potential to bat a long time here. We have got there. Alex Carey, no pushover. He can be dangerous too. Exactly right. And Travis Head is still the wicket that they need to try and get. Because if he bats long, he normally gets a lot of runs. And our day, says Rusterman. And these guys are playing pretty well so far. Nice drive from Alex Carey. That'll be 4 runs. Great front foot drive out through cover. And 179 bowled out Australia. And let's go, guys. Get going. Or great going. Making us proud. Says Damien. Oh, and it was a no ball for Shamar Joseph. That's about his 4th no ball of the day. He's got to be very careful bowling those, because if you eventually get that wicket of Travis Head and you have bowled it as a no ball, that could be brutal for the West Indies. And these guys are playing pretty well so far. They're not missing Jason and the others, says Gladstone. Yeah, I mentioned about it earlier on. For me, when you look at some of these young players and how well they are playing, when you get the likes of Jason Holder and whatnot coming back from their T20, making all their money, and they go, oh, I want to play test match cricket again, I think that the coaches and the selectors would have to heavily look at these test matches and go, well, these young guys, they played pretty well while you were away, so perhaps we should go with them instead. And I know that experience will probably get selected over these young players, but for me, like Greaves, I would play again. I think that Shamar Joseph more than showed his ability. McKenzie at 3 could be a good option for them. So, you know, there's a lot of guys that have chosen the T20, but from doing so may miss out on a lot of test match cricket in the future. And we have got there, Can the Cow Kill the Butcher, says Michael. I thought it was a slower delivery from Roach, but then I realised he normally bowls that slow. 128 Ks there for him. Right on the money, on the stumps. Good night from Jamaica, says Marlon. We will see you later on. Probably see you tomorrow. I would say we are going to be back for day 3 of this test match. Back to the 3 slips. So they have actually decided to take the helmet off the man who was in that fly slip, and that is because Travis Head does play so aggressively. He doesn't play with those same soft hands that Mitchell Marsh does. He has slowed down his running or his scoring rate. He was at around that maybe 85 to 90 near the start of his innings, now sitting 37 off 53 deliveries. So the longer that they can stop him from scoring, the more frustration will be on the Australian lineup. But they've got 8 minutes remaining before the lunch break. So the big goal here for the Australians is just get through this session without any problems arising. Nicely bowled again from Roach on that 4th stump line, really attacking Travis Head. We know that you can't put anything wide. Because if you give Travis Head width, he will go after it. Now, we saw Usman Khawaja dismissed off a wide delivery because he did chase the slightly wider one. But I'm not sure whether or not Travis Head will make the same mistake. A little bit straighter there. Work towards mid-on, no run. Oh, that's me, Levi. Welcome in, Levi. Oh, let's get Travis Head, boys. Says Michael there as well. Trailing by just the 51 runs. Can feel like a long time, though, at the middle. Definitely if there is another wicket falling somewhere along the lines, I need the 6th wicket, says Kevin. You know what? We'll ask the question. We've got 7 minutes remaining, ladies and gentlemen, of this session. 7 minutes are probably about 2 overs. Oh, that's close. Going down leg, I believe. But Roach will want to go upstairs for this one. Good job, guys. Make us proud. Says Vincent, and West Indies need head wicket now. I think they'll do it. I think they're saying it's umpire's call, so they do not want to risk it. Still got time. 1 more wicket. And we're in a good position, says Philip. So, yeah, I'll ask the question, ladies and gents. Oh, sorry, my apologies. They have gone upstairs for this one. The original decision was not out. My first initial reaction was it was going down leg. But they have done the DRS. He's a long way across his stumps. It's hit him on pretty much the mid-roll. So a little bit height might be the factor. And remember I said that I needed the 6, 2 more wickets before lunch. Guys, let's go. We have them, says Damien. So they're going to check this. We saw one that was umpire's call in the first innings for the Australians. But the difference, the umpire had given it out. There's no bat involved here for Travis Head. I think that it might be going over. Outside off impact. Umpire's call it is. The reviewers retained. And it is just clipping that leg stump. Close. Says Rasta, can you give your assessment of how the West Indies is bowling? They're bowling very well today. I would say that compared to yesterday, they have attacked the stumps a lot more. And it's led to a lot more opportunities, but they've been tight in their bowling line, outside off stumps. And when I said, aye, surely that's out. Not quite. If the umpire had given it out, it would have been. But umpire's call. Saves. Travis hit a little bit here. Now, Roach puts it outside off stump. Alex Carey, the man on strike, as they did manage to get themselves the lead by. And that is the end of the over. 5 for 138. Bowl him then, says Kevin there. So now we've got 4 minutes remaining. More than likely we've got 2 overs. Yes or no in the chat. Will we see another wicket here for the West Indies? Simple answer, yes or no. Do let me know. And also, if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are currently only sitting 46 away from the goal that we had by the end of the session. So if you do want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Alex Carey is a batter or an all-rounder. He's a wicket keeper. So wicket keeper batsman, I think, is the best way of describing him, because he can bat. And he's had some decent totals in the past, but change here. Greaves coming back into the bowling attack. Yes, we could get 1 or 2. Says Jaden. Work to the lead side by head off his back foot. Moves up to 38. Roach will get a wicket if he gets another over before lunch, says Claude. And now Australia, they trail by 49, less than 50. Yes, says Alea, and yes, says Ricardo. Okay, so a lot of people confident that we might see one more before the end of the session. Jamaica, West Indies will win, says Robert Smith. I said Greaves, quite a whippy action. Also very great with his hands in terms of the catching. Already taken 2 screamers for this innings. Yep, 2 wickets, says Fazema. Pitched up. Alex Carey almost with the outside edge. Chased the wrong ball there. He doesn't normally go after them this early on in his innings, but just gets a little bit of a weight movement off the seam. And Alex Carey, that is extremely close to the edge. Can bat in tricky circumstances, but, says Rastaman. Like I said, Greaves, he can get the ball to go both ways. A lot of potential here. One coming back in, well defended by Alex Carey, who's just keeping a slightly closer eye on what way the ball is going now. And only trailing by 49 runs. Australia slowly working towards it. I thought that they'd be around 50-run lead, or 50-run trail, I should say, by the end of this session. Travis Head, he is slowed down quite drastically. If the Windies bowling unit is disciplined enough, it's going to be entertaining. Go the Windies, says Dane. I see bowled by Greaves, another dot ball. Still 2 balls remaining in this over. I wouldn't come to Australia with your attitude, says David Clemens. I mean, I've already been to Australia about 3 times, but, you know, it is what it is. West Indies will win from Tobago, says David. You obviously weren't here, David, when I said about the Australian tail having 100 runs in them. That is, of course, David Clemens. Nice drive forward from Alex Carey. This will be at least the 2. Well cut off by Braithwaite, and keep up the good job. For great knowledge of the game, and your comments are fantastic, says Gladstone. And yeah, Tobago, says Dane. And there as well. I love tests, says Ashton. Yeah, great drive. And most of the time for Alex Carey, he gets himself a start but doesn't turn it into a big innings. And Jamaicans are very passionate about their cricket, always in tune, says Kevin. That one was coming back in, and that will be the end of the over. Have we got enough time for one more? The umpire hands Greaves his hat. They haven't knocked the bails off yet. We've got one more over from Roach, and Leo has said yes for whether or not there will be a wicket. Well, there's 6 balls now. Head's been batting well, but he has slowed down. And his scoring sitting on 38 off the 57. Alex Carey getting a great start to his innings with the 9 runs off 16. Oh, here we go. Brian Lara is getting padded up. He's going to be in the nets. He's going to give a masterclass during the break. That will be quite an interesting watch. Punch there from Travis Head. He wants the 2 down to deep third man. Little bit of a misfield from Shamar Joseph, but it didn't cost them any extra runs. Go there high on back, says Singler. Welcome in. Now he moves up to 40 for Travis Head. Now the top run scorer for Australia was Usman Khawaja. Keep a delivery, keeping low, or need a delivery to keep low. Going by the Ashes series, Head and Carey can be pretty destructive. They need to be knocked over quickly, says Francis. We need another wicket in this over, says Phillip. Still got the man in the attacking slip position with his helmet on, Greaves. Fielded by Alzari Joseph. Like they're saying, Roach starting to build up a little bit more speed. Can feel the wicket is just around the corner if he gets it right. The 2 left-handers. That sounds like it's going to be a masterclass of all masterclass sessions. BC Lara. Are you from Australia? And what is your name, if you don't mind, says Marlon. So I am from New Zealand. And my name is Hamish. Now Roach. Oh, pitched up. Almost snuck it through. How long is lunch? It is 40 minutes. So we will be back at around 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time. I'll quickly go time in Jamaica. There we go. So the time in Jamaica. So it will be 9:10 p.m. Jamaican time for when it starts back up for anyone wondering about the conversions of time zones. And Guyanese loves West Indies crickets, says Vizima. 3 balls remaining of the session. Again, it's an inside edge from Travis Head. That inside edge has had so much to do throughout the start of day 2. 40 minutes, says Rastaman. Another single. His job is almost done for this session. 2 balls remaining. Alex Carey on 9 off 16. There's a wicket now. You will end up seeing the end of the session. And as long as the ball hitting the stumps are supposed to be out, bad rule, which they will change soon, says Michael Perry. I think they were saying on the commentary, the only reason they haven't changed umpire's call yet is because of the natural, or the slight, the slight problems with DRS not being 100% accurate. They said was why they have to still have umpire's call as a factor. Scary back foot punch down the ground. Straight to Alzari Joseph. 1 ball remaining. Who are you going for, says Diamond? I just hope it's a good test match. To be honest, they'll good Gus Sydney, says David Clements. And also Trinidad, we hear, says Babaliko. And New Zealanders in Australia as the best commentators, says Jeremy. Thank you very much, mate. Currently, the WinViz, 14% they give the West Indies, and the official WinViz, the one that I saw, was about 6%. The last ball left alone by Alex Carey, doesn't need to play at it. And that'll be the end of the first session. 144 for 5. The 3 wickets being taken by the West Indies. You would argue it was their session. Australia's still ticking over some quite nice runs in the process, but the fact that the West Indies got those 3 big wickets, you probably just narrowly give them that session. I love both sides playing here, says Samuel. And Kiwi going for Australia, says Babaliko. And the last time West Indies bowled Australia out in the test innings in Australia, to my recollection, as a 3rd test of 2009, since the chain will be broken today, says Jerome. And hello neighbours, says Kevin. A very good session for the West Indies. And I love both sides playing here, says Samuel. Yeah, very entertaining morning session for these 2 sides. Australia, they had their moments. Travis Head batting quite nicely. Khawaja was building into his innings when he was in partnership with Head. But I think since Khawaja's gone out, Travis Head, other than that first little over with Mitchell Marsh, he has slowed down. What's a popular Australian dish the 2 teams may have for lunch? A sandwich, probably, to be honest. I don't think they'll have anything too fancy. Hot dog and chips. No, they won't eat that, I don't think. So, yeah, like a sandwich or a salad or something, maybe. I don't think it will be anything too Australianised. It'll probably be something simple, some fruits and veggies, maybe a bit of beef or something. But nonetheless, ladies and gents, the end of the first session. So what that means is we are going to be popping away for the 40-minute break. And then after that, we are back. It will be 3:10 New Zealand time. It will be 9:10 Jamaican time. We will go like this. We will go like this. And hopefully, we will go this at 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time. Slash, what do I say? 9:10 p.m. Jamaican time. There we go. That's just so that everyone knows exactly when we will be popping back. And also didn't get that one wicket to make it 6, but it's okay. And in 40 minutes, okay, says DJ. And a meat pie, yeah, they could have a pie. That was the first thing that came to my head, was you just have a mince and cheese pie or something and just go from there. I'm at work and I'm enjoying your commentary. It's like I'm at the stadium. Excellent job calling the game, says Alison. Thank you very much. That was weird. I said thank you very much as I was reading Anita's comment, which says thank you very much. So thank you, Anita. But yeah, like I said, anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Be sure to stick around for the little break that we've got here. Pretty much 30 minutes or so. We will be back live doing more commentary. But for now, we will just have the screen up. We'll have a little bit of music playing in the background. So yeah, be sure to stick around. Or if you do want to pop away, be sure to pop back in around 30 minutes time for the next session when it does get underway. Also, if you want something to watch cricket related, that pinned comment that I've got there is the link to our most recent GoPro cricket video. I was bowling in that. I bowled pretty bad at times. Managed to pick up 3 wickets. Be sure to give that a look again. There, hi Amish, loving the commentary again. Tonight I'm dealing with the livestock during the break. Says Francis. Well, hopefully it all goes smoothly for you, mate. And yeah, we will see you all in a very short moment for session number 2 taking place in around 30 minutes time. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second session of day 2. Australia trailing by 44 runs at the moment. I'd say the West Indies, they feel a little bit of momentum. They were able to get themselves a couple late wickets. Mitchell Marsh, the most recent one. Travis Head sitting on 41 off 61 deliveries. Alex Carey on 9 off 18. But the West Indies, they are not too far away from a couple big wickets that will then give them some very good momentum. But the Australians, this partnership is crucial. These two could put on 100 together if they do get it right. But we are just about to find out whether the two lefties can do just that. Second session, 2 hours. It's going to be from 3:10 all the way through to 5:12 New Zealand time. So plenty of time to find out, will Australia build a lead or will the West Indies be able to get those important wickets? Jamar Joseph still the pick of the bowlers. Pick of the fielders would have to be Greaves, who not only has taken 2 important catches, he also got that wicket of Khawaja in session number 1. But this one, it's pretty hard to tell at the moment who has got full momentum. 3 wickets for the West Indies in the last session. Australia picking up around their 80 or so runs. So both sides, they'll be relatively happy. But the Windies in the field, they have to make sure that they continue this momentum that they have been able to create for themselves. They've been fielding phenomenally. Only drop catch that they had was yesterday. Of Usman Khawaja and Sinclair would get Head and Carey easily. Why they didn't add Sinclair instead of someone. Can't play Motti without Sinclair. These fellas operate in tandem. Sears and McHale and there as well. But a couple of the other debutants, of course, Greaves doing very well on debut. The experience of Kumar Roach did lead to that wicket of Mitchell Marsh. Alex Carey and Travis Head now making their way back out to the middle, ready for another full session of Test match cricket. Now, Adelaide Oval, still a beautiful afternoon. I'd say about 24 degrees. It's what they'll be sitting at here. Tomorrow, supposed to get that little bit warmer, and then Saturday, that is the peak of the heat. It is going to be around that 31 degree Celsius mark. Australia by then would have wanted to finish all of their batting. If these two can put on a 100-run partnership, the rest of the tail can really fire as well. Australia might find themselves with enough runs to be able to bowl out the West Indies and win by an innings and some runs. But that is still a long way away. If the West Indies can pick up those quick wickets, I'd say that we are in for a very exciting next 6. Or it's actually about 4.5 hours, I would say, of Test match cricket. But Travis Head sitting on 41 off 61. He's got 4 fours, got the lone 6 of the innings. And he will be on strike facing off with Greaves. He's currently sitting 1 for 18 off 6 overs. Economy of 3 is a pretty consistent statistic across this West Indian bowling attack. A lot of players just going for around that 3 mark. It's actually roughly what the Australians are scoring at 3 and over, which does make sense, of course. Greaves down there at about 125, 130 in terms of the speed. We have got Let's Go, says Auto, and also Greaves is okay. He's faster than Roach. Please save us, bring back on the Joseph duet, says Sherwin. And I don't think Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph will be too far away from returning into the bowling attack. Maybe Shamar Joseph a bit longer since he finished his last spell just prior to these two coming back in. And wide down the leg side from Greaves. Not quite wide enough to be called as wide, but definitely not finding the line that he was after for the first ball after the break. Got a short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Still the 2 slips. And then deep on the leg side, they've got a deep backward square and also a deep fine leg. Or in fact, he's almost more of a forward square leg deep at the moment, but it's whiffed off the pads. We'll be able to get themselves the 1. They need to send Head to the shelf early, otherwise they will let loose and tilt the contest in Australia's favour, says Jerome. Exactly right. If Travis Head, honestly, even if he gets his 50, I think West Indies are a little bit of trouble starting to form. Yes, he's on 41 currently, but anything upwards of 70 runs for Travis Head. Got to remember, this is actually his best score he has had throughout 2024-23's end. The last series up against Pakistan, he was struggling. So I feel like once he turns this into a little bit of a bigger innings, he's going to really start to let loose. But Alex Carey, 9 off 18, nicely played him behind it. A good technique, Alex Carey. Doesn't normally need to score a bulk of the runs for the Australians, like I've said. Normally the top order, Smith, Labuschagne, Warner, Khawaja, do get enough so that he can just breeze to a quick fire 30 or so. Playing normally a little bit more aggressive at the time of the innings that he comes in, but they are just showing that cover drive he played in the first session of the day. He is very handy with the bat in hand. That's a great straight drive. Beautifully picked up by Greaves, though, off the bounce. Wasn't able to get it through him. Wiping a little bit of sweat on the ball, seeing if they can get it to swing. We're only about 48 overs in with this ball, so they've got another 30 before the new ball. Can we send Jordan and Roach home and replace them with O'Shane Thomas, Cy Thorne, McKinney Clark, and Calvin Pittman? Says Sherwin. I mean, Roach, to his credit, he got the third most runs with the bat. Shot from Alex Carey, but doesn't get it through the gap. Yeah, third most runs off the bat compared to everyone else in the lineup. The second most was actually scored by the number 11. And then, he's got the big wicket breakthrough of Mitchell Marsh. So I don't know whether or not they'll take him out, to be honest. I feel like he's probably one of the guys who are more likely to stay in this West Indian lineup. West Indies need to get the last, or at least 2 wickets in this session, says Patrick. That is where I'm going to have to disagree, Patrick. I think they need at least 3 or 4 here. Because, oh, what a ball. It's at the back leg of Alex Carey, gone straight through him. No edge on that one. But yeah, I feel like them only getting 2 in this session would be a reprieve. And that would mean that Australia have probably worked their way towards about a 50-run lead at that point. I think that they need, I would honestly say 4. They need to get through one of these 2, start exposing the tail, get rid of Cummins early. Stark will have a bit of a swing, I would say. Relatively close to the bat, but no edge on it for Alex Carey. Ended up hitting that back pant leg. Looks like Alzarri Joseph will be the man bowling in unison with Greaves. He's been a bit unlucky, Alzarri Joseph. Hasn't been able to pick up any wickets as of yet. Now, that's not to say he wouldn't have had a wicket. Of course, he was actually the bowler that had Usman Khawaja dropped off his bowling. Australia trailing by 43 runs. If Travis Head starts going for it, they could have that in 10 overs. And Alex Carey will be able to back him up quite nicely, but it's whether or not Travis Head does take a few risks. It's pitched up, nice drive. Just the whip of the wrist, over pitch from Alzarri Joseph. And it races to the boundary, the first for Head since returning to the field for the second session. Now 45 runs, the same amount as what Usman Khawaja was on when he went out for Travis Head. Scored them a lot more effectively though, only 64 balls faced. Yeah, just a little half step for Travis Head, but tries to work on that head position more than anything, making sure his weight is in the right place. A bit of a round arm there from Alzarri Joseph. It's going to be just the dot ball. Good morning from India. Says Jamil, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing extremely well. Hope you are enjoying the test match, of course. India versus England, just around the corner, starting up next week. We will be hopefully able to cover a little bit of that test match on the channel as well. I think it all depends on when West Indies versus Australia finishes compared to when India versus England finishes. We've got Greaves in the gully, showing that he has got a lot of skill when it comes to catching. Hodge and Athanaze are the slip cordon. And Head whips it to the leg side. Easy single taken out to the man at deep square. In this case is Chanderpaul. Didn't quite do what he would have liked with the bat. A little bit short in the runs department. Saying that though Brathwaite was no different, the 2 experienced heads at the top of the order, they struggled. 27 runs, I believe, was when they had both lost their wickets. It is actually the fastest 50 that we have seen from the Australians. The first 50 runs came from 99 balls. That 50 runs to bring up the 150 came from 96. And once again, bit pitched up from Alzari Joseph. Inside edge from Alex Carey. We've seen tons of inside edges today, which I think just tells you how much the pitch is doing when you get it in the right place, when you get a bit of seam movement. Can cause a lot of problems for the batsman thinking they've got it near the middle of the bat, but instead comes off the side. They're just showing that setup of Mitchell Marsh in terms of how they were able to finally get that wicket. He had about 4 or 5 edges that didn't carry to the slip, so they decided to move Greaves up into a real attacking slip position with the helmet on. And it carried. Oh, Travis Head hit in the hip. They don't take the single there. But he is 1 boundary away from his half century. They haven't really had too many chances of dismissing him. There was the review in the first session, was umpire's call. The umpire did give it as out. So the West Indies have to keep on trying to search for that big wicket. They need both of these men gone from the crease if they want a real good chance of bowling out the Australians inside of this session. But if not, then these two will just continue to build up those runs for the Aussies back foot. Again for Travis Head, just gliding it down to the man at deep point, which is Joseph. It's another single to close out the over. It is now 5 for 152. Starting to get relatively late for you guys in North America and the Caribbean watching this one. It is hugely appreciated you all being here. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We've got plenty more action coming just around the corner. Good to be back, Hamish. Don't know what the temperature's like with you, but it's minus 10 degrees here in the middle of Exmoor, and all the drinkers are freezing over, so need breaking each hour. Says Francis. Oh, says Francis, sorry. So here we're 17 degrees, so we're not too bad. Overall, it was raining a bit before. Hopefully cricket practice won't be too wet. Oh, it was almost a half by mistake from Travis Head. We actually had an ad here in New Zealand, so we didn't get to see it as quickly as it happened. The session is crucial for both teams. You're almost just spooning it up to the man at mid-wicket. Couldn't quite reach it. Going to be more patient in this session. Says Patrick, and he needs to get out in the next 2 or 3 overs. Yeah, they need to try and get him out before his 50. And I feel like that will hurt his confidence going into the next session or next innings that he bats. If he gets his 50, even though it's been a little bit scrappy at times, he'll still have a lot more of that confidence moving forward. Biggest total so far throughout this Australia. And also, well, 17 degrees is worth dreaming about. And good one, Sherwin. West Indies have a real genuine fast bowlers to company Shamar Joseph, Thorne, Thomas, Clark, Pittman, Lane, Simmons, Alzari, and Roach. Still trashing last year. Going to be worked away to the leg side. Head moves up to 48. No cold weather in the Caribbean. It's heaven out here. Says Changing Lives broadcast. I'm sure a lot of people are enjoying the cricket over there at the moment as well. It will be the talk of the town. Can the West Indies pull off what would be a massive, massive upset? I would almost call it the biggest upset of 2024. Not just this far, but probably of the year, if the West Indies are able to win this test match in Australia with such a young side. Alex Carey now on strike after that single was taken by Travis. He had 2 left-handers at the crease, and he's worked that one off his pads. Another single taken. Rotation of the strike at the moment here from Australia, not rushing it, knowing that they need to build towards this trailing of 34. Once they can get that off the board, then you start building yourself a lead. And it's incredibly hard to know what is a good total on the surface because, I mean, West Indies 188, people criticise that, but with those quick wickets falling for the Australians, if it wasn't for Travis Head slowly rebuilding the innings now, like Australia could have been bowled out for a similar number. But this is where this partnership will be so crucial. Solid in mind it from Travis Head. Just saying that Nathan Lyon was able to get the ball to spin a little bit late yesterday. So perhaps spin will become more and more of a factor, which is normally why Nathan Lyon is so effective in a second innings of the test matches in Adelaide. They've got the short mid on, they've got mid on, mid off, extra cover, deep backward point, and their slips cordon. Pitched up, driven by Head, fielded by Chunder Paul. He is perfectly positioned at the moment, but anything full, Travis Head does go after. So West Indies have to try and use that to their advantage. But the end of the 51st over, and it has 154 for 5. So just the 2 runs off it. Head's slowly ticking himself towards that 50 mark. You wonder, will he go on to make the 100? Something that hurt the West Indies a little bit when it came to Mackenzie was the fact that he didn't really have someone who stuck it out with him while he was building his runs. Best partnership that we saw for the West Indies was actually the final wicket partnership between Roach and Joseph. We were waiting 26 years for a victory in Australia, and someone even mentioned earlier on, the last time the West Indies bowled Australia out in Australia was 2009. Now, I didn't fact check that, but I would assume that they were telling me the truth, and if that's the case, we're talking 15 years ago since a West Indies team has been able to bowl out the Aussies. They're in a perfect position to be able to do so here, but they need those next few wickets, and it's easier said than done. It's one of those ones that seems like it's only a couple wickets away, but then you've still got the tail, Stark, Lyon, Hazelwood, and then Cummins, of course, the next man to make his way to the crease. No run taken for Alex Carey there again. We've had the first 15 minutes of this session. Another hour and 45 to go, ladies and gents. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We have got plenty more test match cricket just around the corner. We were having the goal of 44,400. And we are currently 16 away. So if you do want to help us out, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, if you do enjoy a little bit of cricket and a little bit of the lower level cricket, be sure to check out that pinned comment that I've got in the chat. That is to the link of our latest GoPro cricket video that we did on the channel where I was playing in a match. So yeah, if you want to see that. And there's also a couple other on the channel if you want the batting perspective rather than the bowling. So yeah, be sure to give them a look if you enjoy a bit of cricket. Looks quite cool. I do have to say, when you watch it from the GoPro angle, it just gives you a whole new perspective. And yeah, does look pretty awesome. Now Joseph, oh, he's cut him in half again. He thinks that there was a noise, but I believe it was once again the back leg of Alex Carey that's been hit there. Joseph isn't sure. I think he was hoping his wicketkeeper would convince. They've still got 3 reviews. Do they do it? Braithwaite says no, we're all right. Yeah, because of that umpire's call of the LBW shout, it meant that they do keep that review. And nah, didn't hit the bat. Once again, clips that back leg of Alex Carey. Very similar to what we've seen only about 3 overs ago for Alex Carey. Has to be very careful of that one that nips back in off the seam. Joseph didn't look sure if it had hit the bat or not, but they decided against the review. It was a good decision from the West Indies. Alex Carey still on strike with 2 balls to go. Got him behind that one. Solid shot. Got some classic stickers on his bat as well, I should mention. He's gone with, I think it's the bubble bat for Kookaburra. And also Jordan and Roach are not fast enough to bother the Australians. Says Sherwin. Oh, I don't know. I'd slightly disagree, only in regards of it's a pitch that actually benefits a little bit less pace. Because we're seeing it here that the ball's nipping around a little bit. Roach was able to force that wicket of Mitchell Marsh by just bowling that hard length at 125. Oh, inside edge again for Alex Carey to close out the over. It will be a maiden for Joseph. Looks like he's getting marginally frustrated, but yes, there were other bowlers that they could have used that had more pace, but to be honest, I don't think the two bowlers have done too bad at this stage. Like Greaves got the big wicket of Usman Khawaja, Roach got the big wicket of Mitchell Marsh. You know, you're looking at the guy, this is actually a fun stat. The quickest of the bowlers, Alzari Joseph, has not taken any wickets. The man who's got the most pace on the ball. So is it a surface that benefits pace, or is it a surface that if you bring your pace down a little bit, yes, it may not trouble them every delivery, but if you get one in the right place, you'll still pick up that wicket on a surface like the Adelaide Oval. And right now at this stage of the game, West Indies is surprising every person in the Caribbean. To me, this match will go in 5 days. Ooh, little brush off the leg of Travis Head down the leg side. Greaves getting up to 129 Ks for that delivery. Australia still trailing by 34. I dozed off, says Robert there. Of course, evening for you guys in North America. We will be live for all of this session, ladies and gents. The last session's a little bit of an awkward one, but I will explain it a bit later on. But pretty much we're going to be doing about half of the session, but we will still have the live stream going for the whole session, so you guys are able to keep updated with the scoreboard of what is happening while we are away. And then when we are back, we'll cover the final about maybe 40 or so minutes of that final session. Another single for Travis Head. He now moves up to 49 runs of 75 deliveries. We are only 17 subscribers away now from that goal, ladies and gentlemen. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Greaves, that was almost out of the back of the hand, I think. 132 Ks for that delivery, ramping up the speed now. And also 11:32 p.m. up last night with you, says Robert. Yeah, we will be doing the full sessions of day 3. They pulling away now, says Philip. Yep, the wicket, you can feel the momentum is slowly shifting towards Australia. And unless the West Indies can break this partnership before, I'll be honest, before Australia trail by 15, and I feel like that's even generous. They need to break it before Australia trail by 20, but if Australia trail by 15 and they still haven't got that next wicket, I think that the West Indies, their hopes of being able to bowl Australia out cheaply will slowly dwindle. That's not to say that they still won't be able to do it. Another good ball from Greaves, 130 Ks with that one. I think he must have heard you, Sherwin. Ever since you said he doesn't top out, or he tops out at about 127, he's bowled about 3 balls quicker than that, including 132, I think I said just before. It's all to just do with the wrist as well. He's just slightly changing the release point. Graves can get up to about 135k. Wouldn't it be funny if he had got out just as he gets his 50? Says Simran. I mean, we saw it in the first innings. Mackenzie managing to get the 50. I think it was 2 balls later, was dismissed. Chanderpaul, his debut series up against the Aussies last year, he did actually suffer the same fate. He got his 50, very next ball goes out. So it's a slight trend between the West Indies and Australia. Nice drive from Alex Carey, straight out to Chanderpaul. A very stacked offside field at the moment for the West Indies, but that is the end of the over, 155 for 5. It will be intriguing how big this partnership goes, because this is the one I feel that is the last of the really big partnership options. I mean, I can see Cummins putting on a 50-run partnership with one of these two individuals, but this one here could be the big one. Pakistan has played worse cricket in Australia, while West Indies is looking good, says Neutrino. Yeah, there's a big difference between the way that the two sides have played, and one of the biggest differences is simple as West Indies have taken their chances. They've only dropped 1 catch. At this stage of the test match, Pakistan probably would have dropped 5. And you can't afford to give the Australian batsman a second chance. Labuschagne, one of the main reasons he was so strong throughout his opening season for the Australians was because everyone kept dropping him. They'd drop him on 7 runs, he'd go on to make 150. Head on 49. Looking to build to what could be the biggest total of the innings and the match so far. Worked it to the leg side. That will be the 50. Well batted by Travis Head. His first 50 of 2024. It's a shame that West Indies was not to win a test match in Australia this long, says Gladstone. And that Khawaja let-off is proving even more painfully crucial at this stage, says Jerome. And it's the perfect example of the one time that they dropped the catch. It led to an extra 42 runs for Usman Khawaja. Seventeenth Test 50 for Travis Head. He had 5 fours, 1 6. Now Alex Carey able to whip it to the leg side for a single as well. The runs are starting to flow. West Indies just not quite getting their length right at the moment. Shuan Akim Jordan is basically a swing Yorker. Seam bowler, so is Makino Minley. Whatever happened to him? Says McHale, not too sure about Minley. And Travis Head plays when everyone fails. He is the guy who plays when it matters the most or needs the most, says Neutrino. He's had 600s, which means that 11 times he hasn't gone on to convert his 50 into a century. Will this be one of those times, or will the West Indies not find a way through? Travis Head, they almost had him LBW in the first session. It was umpire's call. He's rode a little bit of luck, Travis Head, at times with the way that he's played, but overall just playing some very solid shots. The cut shot and the back foot on the leg side is still his favourite, you can tell. And can't wait for the T20 World Cup. Says Rihanna, it's going to be pretty awesome seeing it co-hosted by America and the Caribbean. Short ball, beautifully played by Travis Head. Uses the pace of the ball, just ramps it over the slip cordon. And it's another 4 runs here for the Australians. Travis Head is a clutch player, says Michael Douglas. He certainly is. And like Neutrino says, when it matters the most, he's the player who steps up for the Australians. But just spotted the length very early. Just guides it over the top. They're saying about how he has been caught in that region in the past, but the field is not set that way for the West Indies, which means he is able to play it comfortably. 6 runs off the Alzari Joseph over. We've already seen quite a few runs being scored since the end of the lunch break. Pakistan could have won a match, the series, if they had taken their chances. Exactly right. They just struggled to take the important catches. A solid block from Travis Head to close out the over. There's 161 for 5. Three for 67 was when Travis Head made his way to the middle. He's played some brilliant cover drives throughout his innings. It's more of the cross-back cover drive rather than the straight forward back. Just loves playing square of the wicket. And looks strong on the pull shot as well, Travis Head, throughout this half century. And the thing is, now that he's converted it into 50, I would almost guarantee you if he stays out here, he would have 100 by, I'll be honest, probably 120 balls. He would have his 100 by 40 balls to get 46 runs. Yeah, I think that's doable for Travis Head. He likes to go at about that runner ball. And normally once he's got his 50, he will continue to speed up and slowly get better and better. But that is the end of the over. There was actually one more ball because of a no ball bowled by Alzari Joseph. So now Travis Head will retain the strike when he moves up to 55 runs. And those no balls are something that West Indies have bowled quite a few of throughout this innings. You don't want that though, because as soon as you get a wicket and if it's ruled out because it's a no ball, that can be utterly just breaking for a team. You want to make sure that that is not the reason you don't get the wicket. Work to the leg side, another single for Travis Head. Rohit Sharma single-handedly led from the front and played an important innings. Won the super over against Afghanistan. Says Nasrino, and just realised he'd scored 175 in the Adelaide Test last series versus the Windies. Well, we certainly can't have a repeat of that, says Jerome. Yeah, I would say if Travis Head gets 175 here, the West Indies, they're in an almost impossible spot to win it. That's not saying that they can't. That's just saying another 120 or so runs for Travis Head could be brutal. Greaves continuing. Bowling scoring becoming too easy now, says Philip. Yeah, they're just rotating the strike. Partnership has moved up to 35 off 67 deliveries. It was harder to score near the start when these two made their way to the middle, but anything that has been straight, with the way that the field is set, they're just able to tuck it off their hip, turn it to leg, and they get at least an easy single. And does that mean maybe the West Indies are trying to find the stumps a bit too often rather than putting it outside off? I believe that both of these batsmen are willing to play. You can probably still afford to put it wide. They have dropped the man from square leg to deep square leg. Outside off stump. Beautiful cut from Alex Carey. Beats the man at point, and it's another 4 runs here for Australia. This is the partnership that needs to be broken, or else this could be 100 in a quick little patch of play. And looking ominous for the Windies. Even as a proud Englishman, I recognise how important it is for world cricket. They're a strong West Indies test side. Says Francis. Yeah, just nice cut. Backward point. And Roach just not quite able to stretch out far enough to take it. Greaves is disappointed. How does he answer back? Already 5 runs off the first 3 balls of this over. Much better, although still hit away hard by Alex Carey to the man Chundapal at cover. But yeah, there's not a lot of leaves happening at the moment for the Australians. It's as if they've decided they needed to up the tempo, try and put the West Indies bowlers back under pressure. But the fact that there are limited leaves means that there is an opportunity if you put it just outside of the off stump, a little bit shorter, not so much that he can play the cut, but just get him pushing at it. About there. Greaves has put that one, so that'll be a dot ball. Soft hands played by Alex Carey. It's the other concern that you've got. Will it carry through to the keeper if he does edge it with soft hands? I just showed Alex Carey the way he was able to whip that one. The backward cut. And very good for Australia. No wickets falling as of yet in this session. They've been going for just over 30 minutes. Here's the catch, and that will be the wicket. Alex Carey, it was that length that I mentioned, bit fuller, 4th stump. Greaves takes the wicket, and the West Indies now, that was the breakthrough they needed, and they've been able to do it. 20 runs the Aussies trail by. Another comment I made was they had to break this partnership before the Aussies trailed by 20 or 15. And Alex Carey, Greaves wide of the crease, brings it back in. Bit of natural variation off the seam and the wicket. And great take from De Silva. Greaves gets another. Look at there. Keem Jordan is basically a swing York and seam bowler. I never thought he was good, says Jerwin. And finally finish it off. 15 off 40. The partnership broken. And Australia 6 down for 100. And it's 68. That came at the perfect time, to be honest. 30 minutes into the session, just as they were starting quickly, you said it and it happened. Says All-Star. Yeah, normally I have a commentator's curse of getting things slightly wrong in terms of, I'll say, someone's batting well and then they'll lose their wicket. But in that case, he just put the ball exactly where I said he needed to. Needed to get it just that little bit back of a length so that Alex Carey was pushing at it rather than feeling comfortable to either rock back or go straight forward with the half volley. Little bit of seam movement away was all it took. And it managed to get that outside edge. And great catch from Joshua De Silva. Got 2 hands to that one. He did make up for that catch earlier on when he dropped Usman Khawaja. He has made the little adjustments by getting the two hands over rather than diving at it with one. And good going. West Indies says Rastaman. But this is another partnership that now needs to be broken. Mitchell Starc, will he go aggressive or will he go slightly more of a support role to Travis Head, who might even speed up himself here? He might realise he's running out of partners. Needs to do a bit of a Kale Rahul or an Aidan Markram and just whack the ball around. De Silva, he was happy, managed to take the catch. And well, if the tail ends off a fickle resistance against or around Head, he will hoard the strike and try and launch the assault. An already nice back foot cut from Travis Head. 4 runs, time to perfection. And that is how you answer back Alzari Joseph. First ball of his over has gone wrong. And against Afghanistan says it was Nilavali or Nilavathi. And so tell us where to put the next one, says Vaughan Edwards. I'll be honest, for Travis Head, you cannot put it outside off stump. Not that wide anyway on that length because he loves a back foot cut. So I would say for Travis Head, to be honest, it's the same line. Just outside off stump on a length that he can't rock back because he enjoys going back to the ball, Travis Head. Can drive as well, but it's normally the cross-back drive. So you got to get it where he's cover driving with that full bat face. Yep, about there from Alzari Joseph. Maybe, if anything, a bit full though. And 3-day test, says Kulwinder. And also we have got there, they should bring on Moti and let Head go after him, says Jaden. Although the risk that you've got when you have Moti is Travis Head, yes, he will go after him, but there is a chance that Travis Head can get a quick fire 30 or 40 runs. And that's not really what you want in this scenario. You want to try and keep it tight, although they're finding it very hard to do that with a very skilled batsman in Travis Head. His highest total for 2024. And this guy, he can bat. We need to get him soon, says Michael Perry. And 220 all out, 45 minutes before tea, my prediction, says Claude. Okay. It's probably not a bad one. At the end of the day, this test match has been extremely unpredictable. See there, Alex Carey, he pushed at it. And De Silva just manages to hang on to that ball. It almost snuck out of the end of the gloves. But he takes it nicely. Alzari Joseph, wide ball. Travis Head does launch the hands at it. Doesn't make connection. Might have been from that lack of foot movement. De Silva, he needed that one for his confidence, seeing as he did drop that one earlier on yesterday. Anyone who is new to the channel, I should also mention, be sure to hit that subscribe button. It is greatly appreciated you all being here for this test match. Certainly heating up. Australia 6 down, probably in one of the more dangerous positions they've been in recent times in a test match. Outside off stump, Travis Head once again not moving his feet, just relying on the hand-eye coordination. And it is another dot ball. We are 13 away from that goal. Ladies and gents, so if you do want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. You will also get notified. And Travis here talking to himself, saying, why didn't you move the feet for that one? The Grey Nichols Nova. Now Alzari Joseph, last ball of his over. The first went for a 4. The last was nicely controlled by Travis Head, who does get the single, protects Mitchell Starc from the strike. And now they move up to 173 for 6. We should change Joseph. He's leaking too much runs now, says Philip. Yeah, I would say that Alzari Joseph, if they were going to bring on the spinner, it would probably be from Joseph's end. I think I'll continue bowling Greaves for at least another 2 or 3 overs, just because he's getting it in the right place. Outside off, hard to hit length. That wicket ball is perfect in terms of where it's gone. It's hit about that 4th or 5th stump line, just above the wicket, so you have to play at it because you don't want to leave just in case it comes back in. Get hit and almost there. Says All-Star, and wasn't Cummins regarded as a bowling all-rounder? He is. He's a very good batsman, Pat Cummins. So, yeah, we can't underestimate what this Australian tail can do. I said that earlier on, there is a very good chance that if this Aussie tail wags, they can bring up 100 runs between them. Hal Stark bats ahead of Cummins. Says Claude, I guess it might have just been a bit of a decision that the Australians have made. It is normally Pat Cummins who would come in first. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they've decided to send Mitchell Stark in as a bit more of a attacking batsman, pinch hitter type thing. Go out there, have a bit of a whack. See if he can get a quick fire 25 or so runs. The single is gone, or is there. Travis Head off that first ball of the over, so now we get to see Mitchell Stark on strike. Does he try and smack it from ball one? Does he take a bit more time to build into his innings? He's got time. We're only on day 2. Outside off stump, left alone from Mitchell Stark. 130 Ks on the dot for Greaves in that delivery. And watching him from Jamaica, says Rajiv. So welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing extremely well. Have been enjoying the coverage. Stark always bats before Cummins. Says Michael Douglas. Oh, there was a little while there where Cummins was getting slight priority. But yeah, if they want Stark to be aggressive, they will normally put him ahead of Cummins. And yeah, they're just going to give him a bit more time to go after it. We are currently 11 away now from that goal, ladies and gentlemen. So hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Also, if you enjoy cricket and you enjoy the lower levels of cricket, the video in the pinned comment is actually for my last cricket video. I played in the match. It's just small town cricket. And yeah, be sure to give it a look. We've also got the GoPro footage from the helmet that will be coming out in the near future. All off the pad of Mitchell Stark, but it will still be runs. Going to jog it through for the 2. Nice bit of work from Stark. Even though they're league buys, they are still crucial runs for the Australians. A neat head wicket now that he's getting more aggressive, says Philip. And also we're there watching from Guyana, says Damien Smith. And there as well. It's starting to get a little bit closer to late night for you guys watching from either America or the Caribbean. Oh, lofted. Almost a chance. Mitchell Stark could have had the chip straight back to the bowler Greaves, who reacted quickly. It was just out of the reach for the big man. I'm watching from Los Angeles, California. Says Winston, but yeah, he tried to stick the hand up. It was a little bit to the side. Need to change Joseph to the next Joseph. Says All-Star there. Yeah, they may look to go back to Shamar Joseph. It's the option. Watch from Jamaica now, says Philip. Now, last ball of the over. We've seen 3 runs off it, 2 leg buys, and the single off the first ball from Travis Head and short ball from Greaves. And that'll be the end of the over, 176 for 6. Now, we saw a few short balls coming from Mitchell Stark to Shamar Joseph. I'd love to see the roles reversed there and see whether or not Joseph would be willing to give him 1 or 2 as well. As we've got to remember, the first bouncer that hit Shamar Joseph in the head was from Mitchell Stark. He turned and got it right on the chin or on the grill of the helmet. Right, it will be Roach coming back into the bowling attack. Does Timaru have a T20 league? They do if you are a second grade cricketer, so that is the competition I'll be playing in this weekend. Watching from Guyana, says Ian. Roach, 36 runs he's gone for. He's got the 1 wicket. Can he get another? Down the leg side, there was an edge on that for Travis Head. So I think it will end up just being the 2 runs. Yeah, there was some sort of noise. Hasn't been called as buys. Half chance. I don't think it really carried to Joshua Da Silva. Yep, got the bat on it and just not quite carrying to the wicket keeper. That's the thing. Even half chances with Travis Head. Need to make sure you are making the most of them. Good Yorker. A great shot down the ground from Travis Head, who's really seeing it out of the middle of his bat. middle of his bat now. Who do they bowl from the other end? I think they might give Greaves one more, maybe. I don't think he's been bowling too badly. He's been close to getting the breakthrough. Australia trailing by 10 runs as we currently sit, but they have still got the 4 wickets in hand. Roach, good Yorker, big shot. Travis Head goes aerial. And he manages to scoop it over the top of mid-on. It will be enough to get 2. But pitched up, he will go after it. He's not happy. He wanted 6 for it, I believe, but just didn't quite time it to perfection. It just clears mid-on by about 10 or so metres. The outfield seems relatively soft. It seems like as soon as the ball bounces, it just pretty much stops. Head's already got 1-6. That's a great straight drive. Doesn't receive any runs for it. Only 34 away from his 100. We mentioned about how Travis Head, if he was going to be able to get a decent total, it was going to be tricky for the West Indies to be able to break through. They need Head gone and they need him gone now. Roach, he's already got 1 wicket. Can he be the bowler that manages to do it? He's gone 2.2 in this over. Oh, and off the back foot, Head plays it well. Wicket's coming, says Philip. And also we have got there, hey, what did you have for late lunch? Says David, I ended up having some chips. I didn't really have enough time to cook anything, unfortunately. So yeah, just some potato chips was the extent of lunch. Nice, healthy diet. I watch him from Grand Turks. Says Evie. And also we have got there Jamaica from Linroy there. Now running back in. Pitched up. No run taken again. Travis Head. He's hitting everything hard. It's just going straight to the fielders at the moment. West Indies can't afford to concede. A lead over 50, says Mikkel. Yeah, anything more than 50 gets them in a lot of trouble. Strike rate at the moment for Travis Head is 70. It's a little bit lower than he'd normally like. How is Silver's keeping so far? He had that 1 drop catch early of Usman Khawaja. Other than that, though, he has been very solid. I believe he's also had that catch more recently of Alex Carey. Not too many mess-ups, really, but it's a hard pitch to wicket keep on because we saw it for Alex Carey as well. I think Alex Carey conceded about 12 byes, which is much more than you would normally see for him. Just asked the question, could they have bowled a little bit more full to Travis Head for longer near the start of the innings? Could it have brought the breakthrough? But Stark on strike 0 of 6 deliveries. Doesn't normally take him long before he decides to attack the ball and go after it. Unless, of course, there's the other option here for Mitchell Stark, which could be the non-aggressor, be the defensive man who helps build this Travis Head innings. Just support him. Oh, it was full and he went after that one. Disappointed, slaps the back of his bat work, and the graveyard shift. St. Lucia in the house, says SLPP. So welcome in again, mate. It is great to see you again after yesterday. Anyone who is new to the channel as well, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are 6 away from the goal of 44,400. So if you do want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Greaves 2 dots. That one little bit of, you say a little bit of control from Mitchell Stark. Still probably not as much as he would have liked to have with the shot. But they managed to get back for the 2 runs. That one's hit to Silver on the pads. Now Australia, they moved to trailing by only the 6 runs in this test match. Michael Vaughan saying this pitch is difficult. And I feel like that summarises this pitch very well because it just hasn't done the same thing for any of the sessions, really. Some sessions we've had a bit of variable bounce. Other sessions we've had a whole heap of seam movement. Just a right good muddle of a test match wicket. Another dot ball. Stark plays it under his eyes, out to the man at point. He's just trying to keep those gloves dry. Trinidad and Tobago in the house. Says Emmanuel there. Welcome in, mate. West Indies searching for their 7th wicket, which could help change the game. But they need Travis Head gone. We have their difficult, more like pathetic pitch. Says living and loving. I mean, it's not as bad as South Africa, India. That pitch was all done and dusted in 2 days. It's just, it seems like it's a relatively hard one. They did say, though, that it would actually be harder to bat earlier on this pitch, and then as it dries out, it would become more of a spinner's surface as the match progresses. Since we're only on day 2, I think it is still in that hard to bat stage. But batting day 3 and maybe day 4, I think would actually be a bit easier than it's been for day 1 and 2. Definitely with it being sunny, drying out the pitch throughout the 2 days. Skipper for the Windies will make 100 in the second innings and the rest will bat around him. Says Michael, but that is the end of the over. 2 runs off it. 182 for 6. And we need to get another wicket as early as possible. We don't want Australia to get too much of a lead. Say between 50 to 75, but now, or knowing these guys, they play hard and tough cricket, says Patrick. And they're doing okay so far, but the head wicket would be great, says Philip. Yeah, there's a lot relying on getting rid of Travis Head for the West Indies, because I said that there's a chance that Travis Head could go on to get us 100 of as little as 120 balls. And we need Joseph on the ball now, gives 5-wicket haul, says Philip. And also Aussies definitely need a 100-run lead. And yeah, it's that unpredictability of what's going to happen to this pitch later on. That 100 runs for Australia, who knows? If the pitch deteriorates more, 100, shot. Travis Head whacks that one out through mid-wicket, rocks back on the back foot, pulls shot away for 4. Australia now trail by 2. But yeah, not knowing what's round the corner in this test, having at least 100 runs on the board could be enough, or it could be exactly what the Aussies need to give them that little bit of an edge. Yeah, great shot from Travis Head. You cannot afford to drop it short to him. And your score needs updating. One moment, we'll go like this, hopefully. And there we go. Has updated itself now. My mouse was in the slightly wrong position. Another dot ball. Roach looking like he's sweating. Feeling the pressure at the moment, but knowing that this next, I would say 30 minutes of play could shape the game. Because if Australia keep this partnership going, Stark at the moment is just the accessory of what could be a massive Travis Head innings. Got a long on, short mid on, mid-wicket, deep square leg. Really spread out. Oh, that's close. But an inside edge from Travis Head again. His inside edge has saved him many times throughout this innings. Ed's aiming for a century, and we can't afford that, says Philip, and Head is going to score 100, fingers crossed, says living and loving. Yeah, just inside edge onto the pad. I'm back, Hamish, says Jet Lees. Welcome back, mate. Still another hour and 5 minutes remaining of this session, ladies and gents. Then there is that 20-minute break and then back in for the final session of the day. That one's hit the pad, no run. Coming in was Chandapal. I thought seafood maybe. Says David. No, I'm not much of a seafood man. Like fish I'll eat, but that's about it. Assuming you're a New Zealander from the YouTube page, you mind lending the West Indies Finn Allen's runs from the T20 yesterday? Says Jerome. I mean, to be fair, Finn Allen hasn't scored a huge amount of runs outside of that innings, so you know, we'll give you Devon Conway off current form. Although we should probably give him back to South Africa. But I honestly feel like the West Indies, their T20 side, it depends on what some of these young guys do. You know, Shamar Joseph If he decides he wants to be a short format bowler as well, that could be massively beneficial for the Windies short format. Where is this being played? Adelaide Oval? Yep. Adelaide Oval indeed. A very nice ground. Normally a spinner surface later on in the test, so Nathan Lyon might go better in the second innings for Australia. Yorker, good ball. Or not quite Yorker, just a little bit back. Head gets a single to close out the over. He moves to 70 off 100, 71 of 101. And they trail by 1 run. West Indies will bat better in the second innings, says Paul. And yeah, it is supposed to be a little bit easier to bat as this test match goes on. When you get the subscriber goal, we have a celebration parade in your town. Says full of punk, I think it is. I probably will not. I'll have a little mini celebration by myself, but we normally end up setting a new goal if we do hit the previous. So currently we are actually 2 over that previous goal. So now I think we will end up with a goal of 44,444. We want 5 4s in a row, ladies and gents. That's actually, I was about to say, this is the only time that we can hit that for another about 11,000 subscribers, when it would be 5555. 5. Extra 5 on there too. Now, nice backwards cut from Travis here. They take the single. And that now makes the scores level between these two sides. Match tied as we currently sit. There's a make or break session for the Windies before tea, says Michael. And Guyana in the house, says Ian. Super Rugby game are you going to this year? I don't think we'll be going to too many of them, but we will be commentating quite a few of the games on the channel. The scores are level. Now for the West Indies, it's about trying to stop Australia from getting a 50-run lead. Even bowling Australia out for less than 250, to be honest, is pretty impressive. Left alone by Mitchell Starc. He is playing sensibly. He's working as the relayer, I guess you could say, for Travis Head's innings, making sure that he keeps a majority of the strike, but also keeps the good bowlers out. Speaking of good bowlers, Shamar Joseph back into the attack now. I think Travis Head was just calling for a drink, although we are only about 3 minutes away from the actual drinks break. And Travis is a lock-in. Says David Clemens, yeah, he's batting very well. He had a few early edges that I think he was maybe still not quite in the best form. He has had that throughout the Pakistan series. He's actually had his best of the year now. But there's been a lot less inside edges for the last maybe 30 or 40 runs compared to the first 30 or 40. When do you think you'll get in 1,000 or 100,000 subs for a silver play button? I think if we ever were to reach 100,000 subs, they probably won't have silver play buttons anymore. I think they've already gotten rid of them. So, yeah, I don't think we'll ever get one of those, but should be an interesting goal. A little bit shorter. Starc whips it off the pads. You could do live commentary as Richie Bonneau. I don't think many would show up for a parade, says Kiwi Gamer. And don't jinx Head, says Living and Lovin'. I've jinxed a lot of players already in this test match, haven't I? So, what are we thinking? Travis Head chopped on now that I've said that he hasn't been inside edging too much. And Travis Head did not shine since last year against Alzari Joseph, Roach, and the Guzzler Jason Holder. Braithwaite need replacement as captain so badly. Liam Young for sure, says Mikhail. Ooh, he's played that as a very tight cut. Maybe about 5th stump or so. It was actually another leg by off Mitchell Starc. Ended up hitting him in the hip rather than the bat. Australia now developed a lead of 2. The Warriors Rugby League Live 4. Says Jet Lees. We actually have in the past, believe it or not. Way back in the day. Now last ball of Shamar Joseph's over. And well played again by Mitchell Starc. It's going to be the end of the over. It is 190 for 6. And please stop, bro, says Living and Lovin'. And also, sorry, Living and Lovin', says David. Shall we play a fun prediction game? How many runs do you guys think Travis Head will get? Have we jinxed him enough yet? Do let me know. Will he get his 100? And if so, how many runs over the 100 do you think he will manage to get? I'm going to be mean and say 95 for Travis Head. I've just marked it in the chat. So yeah, be sure to get in your predictions. I'll star them, and then whoever's closest I'll put up on the screen as a bit of a bonus. 83 says some run. I was winning the rugby this year. All good, says Living and Loving. More than enough, says David. Well, what is more than enough? Is that like what he's got now? Because some would consider that as more than enough, the way he's been going. 110 says Kiwi Gamer. Okay, so the first Centurion guess. Double century. 200 on the dot, Living and Loving, or somewhere around there. Tell you what, he's got the ability. You give him 100 balls after he get a century. In fact, no, you give him 100 balls from now. He could actually end up with the 200. 89 says Jerome there. Just having a chat to Travis here during the drinks break. On 73. Just start going over. Okay, Travis Head has just admitted that his inside edge has been extremely busy throughout his innings. He said it may have been a bit ugly, but it's doing the job. 201. Okay, so yeah, giving him that extra one on top before being dismissed. Okay, so he said that he's just battling away. Try and stay relaxed. And just keep on ticking along the runs. 96 runs for Jet Li's actually chuckling while typing. Says Living and Loving. And he will hit the ball and it will split in two. One half will go for 4 and the other half will go for 6. There you go. That's a bit fancy. Between 80 and 86. So is that 83, I guess? It's a bad hope he gets out before I leave for work. Well, depends how much you're going for Australia. The good news is with your prediction of 83, he's only 10 runs away from that. So that might only be 2 or 3 overs before Travis Head gets to that point. But I think more than likely, if we're going to see a Travis Head 100, we will see it before the end of this next hour. Only needing another 27 runs. Just having to adjust his back grip again. That's actually the second time I've seen him do that. Just riding up a little bit, probably with how hard he's gripping the thing. He's got the supporter Mitchell Stark with him. Sitting on 2 runs off 15 deliveries as we currently sit. Should I mention anyone who is new? Be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are on the road to 44,444. So be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We are only 39 away. And Aussie Regular Some Run, yes, says Living and Loving. I take a prediction, so I'm probably like way off. To be fair, I'm terrible at predictions. I just, unfortunately, do the commentator's curse on a few people. I end up saying, oh, he's going well, and then he gets bowled. That kind of happened quite a bit yesterday. Anyone who hasn't already seen it, be sure to check out the video that we released on the channel. It was my reaction to all of the wickets. And yeah, there were a lot how we were just saying a sentence, and then whatever we said in the sentence backfired because the wicket just fell. Living and Loving, reminiscing about Jason Gillespie's double. Oh, he's gone back foot hoik there for Travis Head. He'll get himself a single. Crosses. That was a strange swing from Travis Head. He just said about being patient, and then he just went out there and tried to absolutely hit the screws off a ball that wasn't there to be hit. Like, yes, it was a bit shorter. It was outside off stump, though. And he tried to play it across the line. Another inside edge. Been extremely busy. That side of the bat. I've seen that jinx, says Robert, and with Sinclair in there, Head. I ain't making 30, but no Sinclair Head. Heading forward for sure, says Mikhail, and who's won the Big Bash this year. Hopefully someone who hasn't won it in the recent years. I feel like they want to have it switching so that there's more oomph in the competition. Oh, piece of paper has fallen onto the screen or onto the pitch, so they will have to stop. M says Leslie, but anyone who hasn't already, be sure to put your prediction in. How many runs is Travis Head going to end up with? He's on 74 at the moment. Nice drive from Stark. Bit of a misfield, but they will not get the single. Still got another 55 minutes remaining of this session, 96. I think you've already predicted 96, didn't you, Jet Lees? Oh, no, you've had a prediction of 101. And then you predicted 96. And then now you've predicted 96 again. Brisbane Heat says living and loving. Stark on strike to Roach. Side off stump, doesn't swing at it. Very disciplined at the moment here from Mitchell Stark. A bit of a cross breeze coming from the mid-on side. Just pretty much means the left-handers from this end are hitting into the wind. 102. Says Robert, 97. Says Rastaman. We've had a lot of predictions in the 90s. Oh no, I've already got yours, Rastaman, haven't I? There we go. 2 slips. Oh, and that one almost went to 1. It's going to be the outside edge. Mitchell Stark will receive another 2 runs, taking him up to 4. And the lead for Australia will move up to 6. Playing a bit of cricket behind the ground by the looks of it. They've actually got it really well set up in Adelaide that the kids can all play cricket next to the ground. Oh, they just got the 1 run there for Mitchell Stark. I thought they would have taken on the 2. But instead they decided they just wanted a single. 127 Ks, that delivery from Roach. Just the 1 ball left, so Head more than likely will look to work this for 1. Tests in Australia averaging 53.63 for Travis Head. Tests overseas he averages just under 35. So he certainly loves Aussie conditions. He's got another single there to close out the over. That'll be 75 runs now for Travis Head. 3/4 of the way to the 100. And it is 193 for 6. Now, unless Australia somehow lose 4 wickets off 1 ball, they will bat longer than the West Indies did. Although, I guess something that's quite impressive is both sides scoring at a very similar run rate. West Indies only 5 behind at this point, and Stark is getting 107 runs of 196 balls. Says Jet Lees, tell you what, that would a partnership of Stark getting 100 as well as Head getting 100 would just take the West Indies out of this game. When I used to play, I had a teammate who would take the stickers off his old bat and put them on his new bat when you replace them. Says Kiwi Gamer, yeah, some people do have bat stickers that they want to keep on their bat at all times. Motti now back into the bowling attack. Now, this is something that could either make or break this century for Travis Head. Is he going to attack the spinner or will he be sensible? He's probably got the single down the ground that he can rely on if he needs it. Remember Travis hitting 160 against India in the World Test Championship. Says living and loving. He's a very good player, Travis Head. And sometimes gets hidden from his teammates, if that makes sense. Like when you got Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, Warner, and Khawaja, like it's always hard to get the recognition that you'd like, but he always comes in clutch when he needs to. This is another example of that. The top order didn't perform. Travis Head says, I'll fix that. Manages to get himself a single, working it to the leg side. Now Stark on strike to Motti. This is going to be intriguing because Stark doesn't like spinners. He likes whacking them away to the boundary if he gets the chance. But I believe the field that they've got set doesn't allow him to do that unless he goes over the top. Attack the spinner, says living and loving. They've said long on his back. I believe they've also got the mid-wicket. Yes, they do deep mid-wicket. Or, no, actually, I'm lying there. Forward backwards square leg is where I'd say he is situated. Bit of width there. Doesn't lure Stark into playing a shot. Motti here, only bowling under 80 Ks. You'd assume that there is going to be a quick ball at about 100 Ks coming soon. Pitched up, half a chance. Hit down the ground for one. And that'll close out the over. Just the 2 runs off Motti's first. Back into the attack. And Travis Head, official father of India, says Neutrino there. 195 on the board for the Australians. We have got there, when you have a mustache like that, you have free reign, says David. It's a very impressive mustache. I'll be honest, when he took that catch out on the boundary of De Silva, he looked really similar to David Warner. But that was the only time I've seen the comparison between the two. Right, so it's Motti from one end and Shamar Joseph from the other. I'm from the US and I have no idea what the sport is, but I do have a bet on West Indies for a lot of dollars. What are my odds of winning, y'all? They're not as bad as they could have been in terms of your chances of winning. They're still like West Indies currently, according to my percentages, they have a 4.2% chance of winning. So hopefully whatever money you put on, it's like worthy of that much percentage, if that makes sense. Like if you put money on, hopefully you've got a good odd. Otherwise, Motti only bowled 3 over so far, says Ashton. I think they've decided it's been more of a pacer's wicket, but now that we're near the end of the innings, or at least near the end of the batsman, that is where they've gone with Motti again. De Silva does not look like West Indies, says Neutrino. I mean, it's probably not something you can say. He is West Indian. And back in the day when you would tape up your bat, when it would split, I still have my old Slazenger V12 from 1987. They still do that with the tape? Yeah, they normally do. Oh, rough ball from Shamar Joseph. Who do you think is going to win? Australia are still in the box seat at the moment, but West Indies have done very well to be in the position that they are of almost still in this contest. Can I ask how much you put on them, Mr. Carey? I'm hoping you don't say a massive number, because if you say a massive number, I would be quite concerned. The thing is, though, it should be the perfect lesson of you should back sports that you know a bit about rather than just random ones, because sometimes the odds are like that for a reason. Saying that, though, the West Indies, I feel like this is their best chance to beat Australia that they have had in probably a decade, so there's a chance. Nathan Lyon and also Mitchell Stark both saying that the wind was a factor when they bowled. Shamar Joseph, square edge of Mitchell Stark's bat. Get it down there at 135k, still keeping the pace going. I think he was just watching the replay on the big screen. See how that ball was doing. A lead of 7 runs for the Australians. Not a huge lead, but it's whether or not they can continue building that lead with the batsmen they have left. Nicely worked to the leg side. Off the hip for Stark. Another one. Oh, almost overthrows there for the West Indies. "24 runs away from the century." That is only 4 big shots for Travis Head if he does try and go after it. I don't think he will. I think he'll play sensible for now. Although if Shamar Joseph puts it in a place where Travis Head can score runs, he will certainly decide to attack it. He's just managed to turn that one to square leg. Gets another single. Oh, another no ball for Shamar Joseph. And I think Travis Head just saying there that there's a little bit of pop off the surface. Yeah, just a little bit over that no ball line. He cannot afford that, because if he finally gets the wicket of Travis Head, imagine if it was a no ball. That would be a gutting experience. Outside off, left alone by Stark. Currently 5 runs off 27 balls. He doesn't normally score this slowly, but he knows what his role is in this scenario. It is to support Travis Head at the other end. A nice commentary, brother, says Harsh Singh. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. Anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are currently only sitting 38 away from our goal of 44,444 subscribers. We're going for all 4s across the board. If Travis Head got that many 4s, he would only be 3 short of his century. Down the leg side from Joseph. That'll close out the over. 198 for 6 now for the Australians. So we'll lead at 10 runs though. It's going to keep on slowly increasing as we head through the session. Still another 45 minutes left of session number 2 in the day. Session number 3, we are partly covering on the channel. It's a bit of a weird scenario, but pretty much what will be happening is anyone who has seen what we've done on the streams during the lunch and the tea breaks, that is what we will have for the first probably hour and a bit of the final session. The reason for that is I actually do have cricket training that I will have to go to. So yeah, we will have the scoreboard still up with it updating so you know exactly what the score is. This is in the last session, by the way. We are covering the rest of the session in full. But during the last session, for the first maybe hour and 20 minutes or so, maybe hour 30, we will have just the screen showing what the score is. And then for the final hour, after I get back from cricket practice, I'll be drenched with sweat, probably bright red, but we'll be covering the last hour of the day of the channel. So we are covering the full day in terms of one live stream. It's just we will be missing for that start of the next session, but we will still have it ticking up on the screen as well. So you guys are still able to chat about the game as it's happening. We need 3 more wickets. Saz Vernal, another single taken. Nice work, just manipulating the strike at the moment, Travis Head. And also Mitchell Stark, bringing up the 200 runs now for the Australians. I believe that is the quickest that they have been able to score 50 runs so far. Pitched up by Moti, knocked down the ground, and just walking that single Travis Head. How many overs are left today, says Rian? We still have another, I think we've still got another 40? It might actually be more than 40, actually. To be honest, they've still got plenty that they need to try and get through to maintain, says Francis. But yeah, we've got one more session after this one, the last session of the day, where they'll probably have to try and get through 35 or so overs. Stark had 53 versus South Africa at the Adelaide Oval. That was in 2016. And that's a beautiful drive from Mitchell Stark. It's going to be a foot race between the ball and Roach, and the ball won. You look just hard, says Suman. I thank you. I think that's a compliment. But that is now going to be the boundary to close out the Moti over, who's gone for 7 there. And Stark moves up to 10 off 32. I'm wondering whether or not spin is the best option on this surface. I'll be honest, it does seem like spin will start to leak a lot of runs. Maybe Moti just not quite finding his line as of yet. Shamar Joseph. Be bowling to Travis Head. We're sitting on 79 runs now of 111 balls. I mentioned that for Travis Head, as quickly as he can score runs, there was a chance he may have had that 100 by around 120 balls. He's been a bit more sensible though. I think if Alex Carey hadn't gone out, he would have been very close to it by this stage. Pitched up. He's gone in the air. And it's gone over the top of the fielder. He'll get himself another double. But he's got to be careful doing that. That was a bit too aggressive, I think, for the length of the ball from Shamar Joseph. Moves into the 80s now, though, for Travis Head. Currently lead by 19 as they keep on progressing towards that 50-run lead. Thank you, says Rian. No worries at all. Tried to keep his head down. Shamar Joseph knows that was the half chance. I don't think he wants to allow Joseph to settle. He's going to try and bring that aggressive nature to him. Current partnership building quite nicely. Oh, he's lofted it down towards third man. It was the shot he played earlier on in the day, just managing to guide it down to the boundary. I might have to take back what I just said. Maybe Travis Head does get 100 by 120 balls. He's now moved up to 85 off 13. He's got 7 to score 15 runs, and at the rate that he's going, that is doable. Just gliding it. He's only just got it over the top. And it's worked out. And just a classy shot from Travis Head to add more runs. And these are quick fire runs coming for the Australians. Last over went for 7. This over's gone for 6 off 2 balls. Travis Head off the outside edge. He was nervous. He thought maybe he had found the slip, caught him, but he's found the boundary rope again. 89 of 114. Partnership moves up to 47 off 64 deliveries. And the runs are flying. 10 runs off 3 deliveries for this over. But yeah, the way his head jolted round, he thought he was in trouble with that edge. For both sides to maintain an interest in winning this match, Windies need to limit Australia to no more than a lead of 50 in this innings, and he's not out. As I'm off to work now. Bye, guys. Go West Indies. I believe in you. Says Simran in there as well. Yeah, moving up to 89. How many did I say he'd go out on? I said 95. Oh, tries to glide it through the slips, but goes straight to the fielder. At the moment, Joseph, big smile on his face. Same with Travis here. Both men loving being out in the middle. We are back. He's starting to find the outside edge a lot more here, Travis Head. The first maybe 50 runs or so, inside edge was all he was finding. We nicely played. They get the sneaky single. And Travis Head moves up to 90, what has already been a very good over here for the Australians. Thanks for the commentary, Gamish. He did such a good job. Have a great time at practice and streaming after it. Says Simran, thank you very much. Enjoy work. 11 runs already off Shamar Joseph's over. He is certainly not enjoying work at the moment. He started off his test career with such a high, getting 30 plus runs with the bat, 3 early wickets, and now Travis Head is taking him back down to reality and saying, if you bowl a bad ball, I'm going to whack you to the boundary, son. But 48 runs off 66 balls this partnership. I mentioned that this Aussie tail, they have the ability of being able to just stick around, get runs for their side. And did the Aussie batters get themselves out? Were they taken out by good bowling? It was good bowling. A lot of the time, the wickets were falling from just outside the off stump, just nibbling a little bit, getting the edge. But yeah, I would say that the West Indies bowling attack has been very impressive for this game. They just need that next wicket. Shamar Joseph, he tried the bounce for a little bit of a shorter ball. Not quite the bouncer, though, on Mitchell Stark. Of course, Stark was the man who hit Joseph right square in his helmet in the first innings, but very nicely played by Travis Head. I said about 20 minutes ago, we were going to see Travis Head either get his 100 or go out before the end of the session. He is now on 90. I also said that there's a chance that Travis Head could get his 100 off around 120 balls. He needs a couple more boundaries to be able to do so, but the way that he's playing at the moment, he might just go after it. It's going to be Motti. Down the leg side. Did he get some bat on that? If he has, he's going to get at least 2 runs for this one, and I think this one's going to race to the boundary. It does. Right, were these leg buys, or did Travis Head get the boundary? He got bat on it. Moves to 94 of 117 now. And that brings up the 52-run partnership for these two batsmen. Yeah, just nicely gets the bat to it. Motti trying to change his angle, going around the wicket. It's been extremely expensive since coming back into the bowling attack. 7 runs off his last over. And now already 4 runs off the first delivery of this one. Solid from Travis Head. Plays the forward defensive. 6 away. Does he try and do it in one shot? He's going to play responsibly. Says yes. Just gets the single right. He moves up to the amount of runs that I said he would get before he goes out. Is it going to be correct? Or is he going to be all right? I think he's going to be all right. He's hitting the ball well. I think I've just probably jinxed him by saying that. But Mitchell Starc on strike now. Well played again. Five runs off the Motti first 4 balls. Australia, their lead up to 33. Slowly just building beautifully. They went from a really tricky scenario. We've got to remember, Australia at one point in this test match, they found themselves sitting 4 down for 113. They found themselves 5 down for 129. Since then, almost 100 runs have been put on. End of the Motti over, much better finish. And it is now 221 for 6. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Goal was to hit that 44,444. We are currently around 34 away from being able to hit it. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. We are back tomorrow for the full day of Test Match Cricket. We are back for the evening session as well in parts. So be sure to check that out. Did you watch Fernellen's innings yesterday? Has he arrived at international cricket? I mean, it was a fantastic innings. It's just whether or not he's able to back it up now is the main thing. And Travis Head, going to score big, says Leon. So he's currently on the amount of runs that I said he would go out on. So, the question is, have I somehow got this right or have I got it wrong? I am expecting to be wrong, by the way. To guess the exact number of runs a man gets is extremely tough. But Shamar Joseph pitches it up. Well fielded by Joseph. No run off that one. It is the dot. Good morning from South Africa, says Leon. Welcome in, mate. You are keeping well. Very early morning start for yourself in South Africa. 95 on the board for Travis Head. He would love nothing more than to whack this ball for 6. He's got a man at cover. Backward point in the deep. 2 deep on the leg side. He'll take the single. So that takes him to 96 now. He is a boundary away from the century. And also it's 5:38, says Leon. So yeah, nice early start for yourself. I said the South Australian boy wanted to make it to 3 figures. Had some brilliant innings. Not so much in this series or the series prior up against Pakistan. He was struggling a bit. But this will give him a lot of confidence. He had to try and fight through the inside edges. I think he had about 10 of them within the first maybe 30 runs. Now he's on 96. Well played by Mitchell Starc. Decides against the run. Doesn't want to run out at this stage of the match. The lead is built very nicely. We've got to remember Australia only maybe 5 or so, maybe 6 overs ago, getting it to scores level. And now they find themselves already 34 runs up. The West Indies, they've taken their foot off the gas just that little bit. At the moment, they have gone to $19 underdogs in this contest. That could all change with a wicket, though. Here comes Shamar Joseph. Short ball. That's half a chance, and I think that's the wicket. Yes, it is. Mitchell Starc is gone. The wicket has fallen. Shamar Joseph, he's got himself 4. And that was exactly what they needed. Before Australia got the lead of 50, they needed to break this partnership. And it also puts a little bit of indecision in the back of Travis Head's mind. Does he continue to attack Or does he instead just ride out a little bit before getting his 100 wicket, says Jerome. So it is Mitchell Starc dismissed, ladies and gents. Still decent innings from Starc, 10 off 38. He was out there for a 50-run partnership with Travis Head. Here comes the captain, Pat Cummins, facing up against Shamar Joseph, who is 1 wicket away from a 5-for-on debut. Can they get those breakthrough wickets that they so desire here, the West Indies? They still need 3, Hazelwood, Lyon, and also one of these two, Cummins or Travis Head, or maybe both. Still got 30 minutes remaining in this session, so they have got time to be able to pick up those last 3 wickets that they do need. Yeah, very well bowled by Shamar Joseph, just bangs it in on the hard length. Shamar Joseph is the same age as Harry Brook, so it might be a year with good cricketers, says Leon. How old is Harry Brook? And also, how old is Shamar Joseph? There's a part of me that's hoping they were born in the same year as me. They are. 1999. That's how old I am. Well, no, I'm not 1999 years old, but Harry Brook. Yeah, 1999. Fun fact, Harry Brook is born on the same day as Isaac, one of the other Kiwi lads. Although if he was born in England, then it might be different because of time zones. But here we go. Starting round the wicket to Pat Cummins. 3 slips, leg gully, bat pad. Oh no, they're making a change. Right, they've said maybe a little bit of short stuff coming. Oh, doesn't quite get it short enough. Nicely fielded. It's a dot ball. Yeah, just a nice bit of steep bounce to Mitchell Starc. Jamal, anytime he's taken the wickets, he just runs. Just runs out to point. No one can catch him. Punching the air out of excitement. He's 1 away from his 5-wicket haul. Travis Head at the non-strikers end on 96. 1 ball remaining to Pat Cummins. It's pitched up and it's beautifully played. And Cummins will take the single. He wants the strike and he wants the runs for the Australians. It's going to be the end of the over. 223 for 7. Just showing that last over. Travis Head, very active at the crease in terms of the way he's stepping around. Felt like Starc was strong enough to be able to handle the over. And the Windies boast a talented bowler in Shamar Joseph, who's also proficient with the bat, says Rian. Yeah, exactly right. He's very handy with a bat in hand. And who knows how high up the order they might try and put him in the future. Maybe he ends up batting as about a number 8 or 9. Being a security guard to being on the verge of a 5-wicket haul on debut for Joseph, what a story. Yeah, it's a pretty awesome one. Awesome catch from Chunder Paul as well. I know we talked about the credit of his bowling there for Joseph, but there was also a bit that needed to be done in the catching department. Full diving, like full stretch dive from Chunder Paul. Oh, Cummins has gone after him. Has managed to bat it and whack it all the way to the boundary. Moves up to 5 runs off 4 deliveries. So it seems like if the ball is on a hard or on a slightly wrong length, he's going to go for the swing. Motti. Yeah. Pat Cummins has decided they want quick fire runs. Possibly want a bit of a bowl at the West Indies either before the end of this session or right at the end, or right at the start, of session number 3. Nicely played off the back foot by Cummins. Needs 4 to get to his 100 and then drag down rubbish. But luckily, it's cost nothing for Motti. Could have been a boundary. Well fielded by Joseph. Yeah, Motti just doesn't seem like he's quite finding his line as of yet. And he's either dragging it down or just a bit over-pitched. That's a better ball. And because of it, I mean, Cummins has hit it high, but he did not time it one bit. He won't get the boundary, just short. Roach fires it back in. They get 3 runs. And 7 runs off the over so far. Pat Cummins keeping it aggressive for the Australians. Travis Head is 1 boundary away. Yeah, it just wasn't really the length to hit it to the boundary for Pat Cummins. He still managed to time it a lot better than I assumed that he would. Here we go. Travis Head, 1 ball left of this over. Can he bring up the 96? It's a big full one. He slashed it away. And that is the century for Travis Head. He came in at a time when the Australians were struggling. But he's rebuilt the innings. 100 of 122 balls. He hit the lone 6 of the innings. And I have a feeling if he stays at the crease, he'll hit a few more of them. Now Australia look to build this total. 46-run lead. 3 wickets up their sleeve. And Travis Head gets the elation and the standing ovation from the Adelaide Oval for what he's been able to do today. Told you, says David Clemens. It does look like a slow pitch, says Leon. And there, yeah, it looks like one that will grip a little bit. I do feel like the best chance of taking wickets is either Shamal Joseph or those men who were bowling. Just that little bit of a awkward speed for the West Indies, that being Greaves as well as Kumar Roach. But, yeah, it's not a good day to be Motti because they are currently smacking him around the park. Into the 69th over, 7 for 234 here for the Australians. His 7th 100 in 46 matches. Pat Cummins back on strike to Shamar Joseph. Plays it nicely, punch out through cover. And he'll get that single. They normally say those first few runs, you can tell what kind of intent a player has got. Pat Cummins here looking to get the scoreboard ticking over. Get the Australians maybe that 100-run lead. And wickets falling soon, says Philip. Well, they have to. For the West Indies, they are slowly getting taken out of this test match if they are not able to secure a couple more wickets here in quick succession. But I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are only 30 away from the goal that we set by the end of this session. So if you want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Shamal, good length. Oh, misfield. They don't take it in the end. They always say don't run off a misfield. They considered it. And quick sessions, since they are attacking now, says a Philip. But yeah, they've got 22 or so minutes until the end of this session. I think that they will afterwards really go aggressive. Try and keep those runs ticking over. Please, says Turbo Gaming. Once again, he comes to the rescue, says Daytime TV. He's just such a phenomenal batsman. Short ball, bang, he's got that one. And that will be 6 runs. Onto the back foot. Absolutely smashes it. And Needhead wicket ASAP. He moves up to 106. I said it when he brought up his 50. He had the lone 6 of the innings, and now that he's got the 100, he'll get a few more, and that is a fantastic flat 6 from Travis Head. He liked it a lot. Massive shot. Bang, it just sounded crisp as it walloped off of Head's middle of the bat. Oh, here we go. Super defensive field for the West Indies. They have got, I think, no third. Oh, no, yes, they do. Right, deep third man, deep point, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, as well as fine leg. They've got about 6 men out at the moment, maybe 5. Short ball, Travis Head doesn't care, he hits it over their head and gets another 6. Decides instead, if you're going to put your men back, I'll still just put it over the top of them. Partnership, 25 runs off only 12 balls. And now the lead goes up to 59. Back-to-back sixes, says sports lovers. And also, did you see this third T20 between India and Afghanistan? It was crazy. I heard about the super over for Rohit Sharma by the sounds of it, but Travis Head just once again sees the length, realises it's short, realises it's in his hitting arc, and sends it on its way. Back-to-back, 12 runs off 2 balls. Shamar Joseph, the youngster, bangs it short. This one's gone high. Half a chance. Is there anyone? No, they can't get to it. It was Brathwaite. He was backtracking, sprinting to try and get to that ball, but he couldn't get to it. Looking for his 5, but they managed to get back for 2 runs, and Head now moves up to 114. 4 balls ago, he was celebrating his 100, and now he's almost closer to celebrating 150 than he was the century. The lead is too much now, says Harsh Singh. They need to get rid of Travis Head. And if Head somehow remains not out in this session, he will be unstoppable in the final session, says sports lovers. And I, mate, that's the Australia we know. 6 cups, says expired passport, bro. And need Head's wicket now, says Philip. Here we go, big full toss. Well read by Travis Head. He gets the single off the final ball of the over. Expensive over from Joseph. Goes for 14. Travis Head now on 115, not out. Australia, that brings up their 250. Still the 7 down. The lead is starting to get hectic now. If they keep batting like this for, let's just say, the next hour, Australia could lead by 200 at least. They're scoring at around 10 and over currently. Yeah, they could have a really big lead coming. Shamar Joseph could get a 5 on debut. He certainly could. They've got to try and decide what do they do now. Pakistan got absolutely belted. Says expired passport, bro. And yeah, I mean, West Indies, we were talking about it earlier on, the comparisons between the Pakistan series and the West Indian series. The difference so far had been that West Indies had taken their chances, not dropping 5 catches in innings. The problem they've got now is they need to find a way of getting this man Travis Head out. He's on strike. Motti the bowler. A lot of men in the deep. How aggressive does Travis Head decide to go? He's walking down the wicket. Hits it to the gap. Calls for 2 immediately. And he will get the nice, comfortable 2 between the wickets. Oh no, Cummins says no. I want 1. I want to have a bit of fun, says Pat Cummins, the captain. And like they said, Pat Cummins already hitting 2 boundaries. And Livin' Lovin' didn't jinx, says David there. Partnership up to 29 off 15 deliveries. See, I feel like Cummins still needs to play this smart. Going in the air is all well and good. But if you're hitting the ball well enough when it's on the ground, just perfectly picking the gaps, getting singles, getting 2s. There's plenty of time still left in this test match. Australia theoretically could bat for another 30 overs. Cummins needs to stay there. He will do everything, says sports lovers. Yeah, nicely worked to the leg side from Cummins. Smart cricket from the Australians. Travis Head taking this game for Australia. Honestly, thought that Windies top order and middle order had to be better, says Leon. And replace Motti with Greaves or Roach, says Philip in there. Yeah, I'd honestly go Greaves. I think that what we saw from him was enough that gives me a bit of hope that he'd get a wicket. Another single taken for Travis Head. And that just tells you how in form he is. In this innings in particular, he's disappointed with a 1. Taking the single, he goes, and walks the run. Cummins will stick around just like he did with Maxi. Says expired passport, bro. And which IPL team is Kane Williamson going to play for? Not actually. Oh, is it Gurrit? I can't say their name properly. Gujrit, says sports lovers. Partnership 31 off 19. They're talking about whether or not you can take that ball out of the hands of Joseph at this stage. End of the over, 253 for 7. Better over there, only the 3 runs off it. Still ticking over quite nicely for the Australians. That won't hurt them too much, definitely because the over previously did end up going for the 16 runs. Yeah, this game, as the more runs are being scored, it's slowly taken the game away from the Australians. From the West Indies. 2.8% chance of them winning now. Alzarri Joseph back into the bowling attack. That is to replace Moti. Bit more speed. I should mention that it's actually for Shamar Joseph rather than for Moti. So more than likely we'll see a change at the other end. Whether that will be Roach or whether that will be Greaves. Makes his way back in, but Travis Head on strike. Alzarri Joseph, the bowler, puts it on a hard-to-hit length. Travis Head, big swing, doesn't connect. Got to break this partnership, says Daytime TV. Exactly right. If they can't break this partnership, it is all over for the West Indies. Anything more than 100 runs may be very tricky to get. Definitely on the surface, there's still enough happening that I don't think it will be an easy day to bat for the West Indies. Day 3 and day 4, they are supposed to be the best days for batting. And the West Indies, they don't really want to have to try and chase 150 or so before getting the chance. Good shot down the ground from Travis Head. He'll just get the single. Australia made 1, says Sports Lover. And who will win match? Please reply me, says PUBG Lover. Well, at the moment, Australia are in the box seat. If the West Indies can pick up 3 quick wickets before Australia lead by 100, they've still got a chance. But currently, if they can't do that, we're getting a bit more one-sided in this one. How fast are the West Indies quicks? Says Almax. So Alzarri Joseph's around that 145. The other Joseph, Shamar Joseph, he's about 138-ish. And then Roach and Greaves are anywhere between 125 and 130 normally. Greaves a little bit quicker. Sometimes can get it down at 132. As a fielder, if a fielder was chasing the ball and stood on it as he was chasing it and threw it back, would it be considered ball tampering? Depends on how obvious it is. Good ball from Alzarri Joseph. Perfectly outside off stump. Cummins gives him a little nod. He knows he wants to bowl some of those when they make their way back out there a bit later on. Yeah, extremely close to the outside edge. Big Bird Joel Garner was a huge man back in the day. Sees expired passport, bro. Now Alzarri Joseph. Again, steaming in. Nicely played by Cummins. And Australia, excellent bowling, has been able to hide their subpar batting. Good to see he get in the 100 despite West Indies fight, says Claude. Yeah. And to a certain extent as well, Travis Head's brilliant innings here has saved what could have been an Aussie collapse in their batting. If Travis Head had 10 runs per se, and that could have changed it completely. Australia could have been bowled out for less than 200, but it's that great innings from him. Australia's bowling was excellent, getting West Indies out for 188. Cummins, Hazelwood, 2 men who just know exactly where to put the ball. Definitely on this kind of pitch. They'll be having a lot of fun in the last session of the day. I believe that Australia won't be batting for the whole of the last session. It's supposed to be 2.5 hours. Now, I should mention for anyone wondering, in fact, we'll wait one more ball and I'll let you know what's happening for the final session of the day. Nice drive from Cummins. Half a run-out chance. Thought he got it past Alzarri Joseph, but that will be the end of the over. 254 for 7. Just a single off it, off the second ball for Travis Head. But yeah, the plan for the third session, it's going to sound a little bit strange, but I actually have cricket practice during some of that last session of the day. So what we will be doing, ladies and gents, is for the first maybe hour and a half of the session, we will do what we do during the lunch breaks and just have the scoreboard updating on the screen. So you'll be able to see exactly who's scoring the runs and the way that they're ticking over. Then as soon as I get back from cricket practice, No shower beforehand or anything, so I will be red and sweaty and it will suck. But that will be when we are picking up the coverage for the cricket again, if that makes sense. So you will see me before the end of the day, probably covering around the last hour or so of the day's cricket. But the live stream will be running throughout, so you guys can still chat all about what is happening in the game. You'll still see the scoreboard updating. Of course, we'll see some more batting from Travis Head, more than likely. Cummins building the partnership, and then eventually, I'm really hoping, timing-wise, by the time I get back from cricket, is just about when the West Indies are batting, and I don't miss any of the early action. Travis Head was living such a charm live, particularly early in his innings. Ironically, now he's finding inspiration from Finn Allen, apparently, says Jerome. I mean, he had so many inside edges, didn't he? But, back foot punch from Pat Cummins. Just the dot ball, though. Didn't quite get it through that gap. Yeah, time for a donut and a coffee, because, of course, we've still got the tea break that is coming in about 10 minutes' time, ladies and gents. So the first 20 minutes or so will be the tea break, and then after that, go get some food, says Daytime. We won't have time. I'm pretty much straight after this live stream finishes, I have to drive to cricket practice, and then I'll be coming straight home afterwards, and then, yeah, going right into it. Pat Cummins wanted a single. Travis Head says no. How many overs left today, says John? I believe they actually still have to get through another maybe about 35, 40. It might actually be closer to 40 that they've got left today. I don't think they'll get through them all, but hopefully they get through a majority of them. Definitely if they've got Motti bowling. Nicely played again, Cummins. Last ball of the over. That is only the one run off it. 2 overs in a row. Just going for the singles. And Cummins and Head smacking tonight. Says David Clemens. Yeah, my ideal scenario would be Australia bat through to the end of cricket practice so that I can come back and cover the hour or so that the West Indies face this Australian quick bowling attack. But we will be able to do the whole day tomorrow as well, I should mention. So there shouldn't be any interruptions in that regard. It's just this final session that we're having the little hiccup near the start of the session. And slow over rate, yeah. Ever since that big over from Shamar Joseph, Australia haven't quite been able to get that ball away as often, which is a testament to their bowling line, the fact that they are starting to bring it in a little bit. And pressure might create a chance. Travis Head currently on 119 of 133 balls. He's been waiting for his chance. That's gone into the sky. Should be out. Who's got it? Oh, what a catch for Hodge. Taking it on the boundary. And that is one of the best catches that the West Indies have had so far throughout this innings. And that is saying something. I've been subscribed to your channel for over a year, but I only watch your live streams when it comes to cricket because I'm a cricket fan, says Rian. No worries at all, but Travis Head, brilliant innings. 119, he's gone out. I jinxed it by saying that I wanted him to bat for a bit longer so that I could see the early West Indies performance. Hey, from Wellington or Auckland? Neither. I'm in the South Island of New Zealand. Harsh Singh has said finally. But what an innings. 119 of 134. It will now be Cummins and Hazelwood as the two men in the middle. Yeah, I'll be very happy with that performance, although it's never nice going out when you're seeing it that well. If he had just hit it along the ground, could have got an easy 2. We've got a super sticker as well from Expired Passport, bro. Thank you very much, mate. Greatly appreciated. And the damage is done, says David. How's the crowd, Hamish? I think there's a few less than yesterday. Yesterday they had 25,000. I'd say probably about 23,000 today. And is that a fifer? It is not. It was Alzari Joseph who got the wicket. But yeah, great catch from Hodge. Knew exactly where the boundary rope was. Wickets now, says Leon. Now, I should mention, if Australia lose another wicket, I believe we actually have the extended 30 minutes for their batting. But it will be Nathan Lyon now. 5 minutes remaining of this session, ladies and gentlemen. West Indies win its test, says PUBG Lover. I mean, it's a handy wicket to get, but still the lead of 67 runs for the Australians is more than the West Indies would have wanted to concede. A dollar says, or means Australian money. It does indeed. So yeah, Australian dollars. And West Indies is fighting very hard, says Sean. Yeah, they just needed that chance. Finally, they get Travis Head. They've got 3 slips to gully. And Nathan Lyon on strike. Alzari Joseph pitches it up. Nicely played by Lyon. The thing is, these two have put on a 50-run partnership before. So there's a chance they can do it again. I don't think Australia are in a position to be able to declare. 25,000 is good for a West Indies game. The catching is great except the drop from the wicketkeeper. Yeah, and that was, that was a very early chance that could have been taken for the West Indies. Nice shot from Nathan Lyon. It's a straight out to point. Watching all the way in Tobago. Thanks for the coverage, sir, says Sean Anthony. Thank you very much. Going for a practice after the session, says Harsh Singh. So yeah, I've got my team's cricket training that I would not be allowed to miss, because or else then I wouldn't be allowed to play on Saturday. 2 back-to-back super over yesterday in India versus Afghanistan. Says Shashank. So yeah, the plan for the final session of the day is pretty much what we normally do during the lunch break, is we have this full screen. And then what we will have is the scoreboard updating while we are away. And then when we come back, which will be in about 2 hours or so, somewhere around there, then that will be when we continue our coverage of the last session. Quickly say, I'm not going to say that, John, because I know what it means. But, yeah, so we will be back for at least the final, I'd say 45 minutes of the day, where we will be doing the coverage. But the live stream will be running throughout the whole time, so you guys are still able to chat about the game and also see the scoreboard updating, so you know exactly who's scoring the runs and who's getting the wickets. Of course, still 2 more remaining. Far for Joseph. Okay, they're just saying Greaves. What language is that? It is Afrikaans, Justin. Cummins, he's on 10 off 20, so I'll be honest, I feel like Cummins still has the potential of getting a few more runs. Great straight drive. Nathan Lyon plays that shot so well. He only practices it with the tennis ball, but longest boundary means it doesn't actually run away for 4. Good memories from the Rugby World Cup, says John. That will be an extra 3 runs and a no ball. So that actually becomes 4 runs, and not a very good batting by Aussie except Head, says Shashank. Yeah, and that's the thing, Alzari Joseph, if he had bowled that no ball 4 balls prior to that one, Travis Head would have been not out. You cannot afford no balls against this Aussie side. Nathan Lyon taking some deep breaths after running the 3. Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, thousands of cricket commentary channels in Bangla, Hindi, Urdu language. Are you inspired from that? Says Salim. To be honest, no. It's more, we've been doing rugby commentary for about 3 and a bit years on the channel, and I also love cricket, so we've done quite a few cricket commentaries along the way. One of the only copyright strikes we've received from cricket is actually from a Sri Lankan YouTube channel who decided that they wanted to be the only ones who were doing the commentary similar to what we're doing here. They copyright struck us because they wanted to be the only ones covering the game. So we could have sued them for false copyright, but I couldn't be bothered. There's going to be a dot ball. Have we got time for one more? Looks like we got one more over, ladies and gents. Just a little bit more time. And half the chance. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, the last session of the day, we will be coming back for the final about 45 or hour of that one, mainly because I am going to be going to cricket training. We're going to leave the scoreboard up. It's going to be updating as they score runs. And also alongside that, we are also still going to be having the chat running. So you guys are able to chat to each other about the games. What is the time in New Zealand right now? Says Shashank. It is currently sitting 5:10 p.m. And with cricket commentary, you'll get millions of new followers. Says John. Although it does depend on what teams are playing. Like we did Australia-Pakistan and we had 5 people watching. We've done West Indies versus Australia and we've had consistently a few hundred. So, yeah, it's been a big difference. And I guess it just depends on what region or what countries are playing. Sweep shot from Nathan Lyon. Got down extremely early and works it for 1. The second ball of Moti's over. Anyone who is new, I should mention, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Get the love for cricket, especially Test, says David. And also we have got there trying to do England versus India and see how much you get, says Shashank. Normally when I do India games, we don't get many at all. But that is more so because a lot of people looking for those games do find the Hindi commentary and then they kind of just stick with them, which is all well and good. Will Bazball win India? It'll be interesting because not going to be an easy one for England to win. And I mean, there could be times that they get bowled out for about 150, but there'll be other times that they score 300 or 400. Nice drive from Cummins. Doesn't sneak it through the gap. Just the 1 ball remaining now in the session. And like I said, we will be returning for the final session of the day, part of it, the later stage. We will be back and that will be the end of the over and the session. Australia sitting 260 for 8. They've got a nice lead. Is that the end of the session? We'll be back at, I'll say, 7:30 p.m. NZ time. That might be a little bit too late, ladies and gents, but we're going to go with it anyway, just in case. We will probably be back sooner. A test cricket in South Africa, as to the dog, says John. And England will depend mainly on Joe Root's approach to win this test. And what do you think about the future test match cricket? Unfortunately, like, it's looking like T20 is going to take over. It seems like it's going to be more the short format that gets the money, gets the sponsors, and has more interest. But yeah, hopefully it's not the case. So ladies and gentlemen, the scoreboard will continue to update while I am away. We've got a 20-minute lunch break, or sorry, a 20-minute tea break, and then they are back in, ready to go for the final session. We'll have a little bit of music playing in the background for you guys as well. After 20 minutes, you will come back. I will not, but the scoreboard will. The reason I will not be back in 20 minutes is because I am going to cricket training. Just because if I don't go to cricket training, I don't get to play on Saturday. But the scoreboard will be updating. The stream will still be running. And I will be back at around that 7 mark here in New Zealand so that, I can come back and do the final hour or so. So when will you come back? I would say probably around 1 hour 30 minutes, somewhere between 90 minutes and 2 hours, somewhere around there. But yeah, the stream will continue running so you guys can continue to see what the score is that Joseph should be bowling, says Sherwin. And I'll also be relying on you guys to let me know what's happened while I've been away in terms of who scored the runs and whatnot. But nonetheless, do thank you all. Approx 9 p.m. New Zealand time. No, probably around 7 p.m. New Zealand time. Somewhere around there. So only in about an hour 45 minutes or so. But nonetheless, do thank you all very much for tuning in. And we will be back a little bit later on with some more of the cricket. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and all I can say is what's happened. They were so good for so long, the West Indies, in this contest, and now they are 5 for 56. Not what I expected to come back. 5 minutes drive, 10 wickets can be down. I was panicking because I saw that it was 5 down, and I was like, by the time I get home, we could see 1 or 2 more wickets. It sounds like the Aussie bowlers have been very strong. Cam Green getting 1 wicket so far. Also, the other wickets being taken by, I won't, we will go like this and like this. Make sure everything is updating itself, which it is now. So we're seeing 4 for Josh Hazlewood. He's had a phenomenal test match, that is for sure, and your jersey is looking good. Says Shashank, yeah, I've got me Black Cats training kit on. I didn't have time to get changed, didn't have time to have a shower or anything. Come straight from cricket to watch the final 50 or so minutes that we may have of this test match. They've talked about the fact that they can take that extra 30 minutes if needed. But are they going to need it? Greaves and De Silva, the 2 men at the crease. The best of the batters again was Mackenzie. First ball, Chanderpaul dismissed. Not much quicker, or not much after, the wicket of Braithwaite. I did see 2 wickets for 1 run while I was at training. And I was like, this isn't good. This is not what they want as their start. Making it look like it's going to be a 2-day test match. If not, maybe the start of day 3 we might get to see. Yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you did enjoy getting to chat along. I haven't actually seen all the messages, but I see that you guys have been chatting pretty much all throughout the time that I was away, which is quite cool to see. And it is good to see you, Nate, as well. Hi, bro. Welcome back. Says Harsh Singh. Welcome in, mate. Now, De Silva on strike. Cam Green, the bowl. He's bowled 2 overs so far, sitting 1 wicket. Nicely pulled away for De Silva. And at the moment for the West Indies, it's just about getting that last little bit in terms of the trailing. They are trailing currently by 37 runs. Could feel like a lot. You can bat better than the West Indies. Says Shashank, I don't know about that. Facing the Aussie bowling attack does not look like it's an easy job at the office. And we were wondering when this pitch was going to start misbehaving or when it was going to start flattening out. The answer is not yet. It is still pretty shaky. Will be Greaves on strike, 15 runs for him off 19 deliveries. A bit of a shorter pitch delivery from Cam Green. I wonder if anyone from the West Indies or the Caribbean, America, are going to pop back in and be like, oh, he's been here the whole time, but somehow he's got a different colour shirt. Greaves actually looked pretty good in the first innings. The thing that let him down was that lofted covered drive, straight into the hands of Marnus Labuschagne. De Silva, he got out to a short ball, going after it. It was a great catch from Travis Head in the deep. Speaking of Travis Head, of course, what an innings he was able to put together. Side off stump. Nicely played by Greaves on the front foot. Goes straight to Nathan Lyon. It's a bit of a weird scenario, though, because these two are showing that if you just back time on this pitch and you do slightly attack, you can still get runs and you can progress the game forward. I feel like that's something Travis Head did, something that we saw Alex Carey do to a certain extent. And I am been all day, are you his way? Says Brandon, and they need someone like Shai Hope and Brandon King type players in the test teams. Says Shashank. 2 slips, Khawaja and Smith. Nicely played by Greaves, whips it to the leg side. Mr. Chanderpaul is trying to do everything like his father. It's going to be extremely difficult for him to succeed, says Casey Brown. And yeah, he is pretty much, when you look at him, you're like, oh yeah, that's like his dad. But the problem he's got at the moment is he still is susceptible to get out to that good ball. Like first dismissal was Josh Hazlewood who was able to pick him up. But yeah, it'll be interesting. See how he progresses. I says try time down under. Welcome in, Amelia. So theoretically, we are currently in the extra 30 minutes that they are able to play. 7:30 was when the session was going to be ending. They can play that extra 30 minutes, and if a couple more wickets fall, they can actually play an extra 30 minutes on top of that if they see the test match finishing tonight. Now, I'm hoping that won't be the case. I'm hoping we get through this 19 minutes, still 5 down for the West Indies, and we at least have to see Australia bat tomorrow. Would be ideal. You're pronouncing my name very much currently. Thanks for that. Says Shashank, no worries at all. And also True Boss at Cricket, trading nice. All is good on my side, just finished work. Says Blues Nate. Streamed on Twitch earlier today, says Amelia, so hopefully it all went well. Means you were here all the time when you was at cricket. Ran a bit Cam Green, bowling a lot better in the second innings than he did in the first. Nice shot from Greaves, punches it off the back foot, and that will race to the boundary for 4 much needed runs here for the West Indies. Sitting 33 runs trailing by Cam Green. I just said that he was bowling a lot better, and then unfortunately did end up going for the boundary. Remote play kept crashing on stream. Says, it was there from try time down under. How did your practice go? Not great, to be honest. I think I bowled about the worst that I have bowled, and my batting was a bit shaky, but it's because we're playing T20 this weekend, and I'm terrible at T20. I don't run, or I don't score runs quick enough. So I was just having a swing at practice, hitting some well, others not so great. But we'll see how it goes. 2 days' time. Playing back-to-back T20 fixtures. Looks like it's going to be now Nathan Lyon coming into the attack. Now, he has got 60 wickets at the Adelaide Oval. His best is 8 for 50. He cannot do that here, but he can get a 5-wicket haul just like he has on 23 other occasions. Welcome back. It's good to be here. I know Australia's going all out and all cylinders, says Patrick. And also West Indies tail bat are better than their top order, says Shashank. That is actually very true. We've actually seen the tail deliver more in the contest. I mean, that last wicket partnership was massive, the largest of the West Indies. Now Nathan Lyon. All right, we'll go like this. There we go. 33 runs behind. How many overs remain, says Saline? I believe for today, I think they probably still have another like 8 or so remaining, but I don't think they'll get through them all. I think that more than likely what will happen is the 8 o'clock cutoff is when we will be finished for the day. Joseph takes the 5er in the first innings, says Shashank. Oh yeah, because I didn't actually get to see those last 2 wickets fall. I know that Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummins stuck around for a little bit of time, but it is good news that the youngster Joseph got his 5er. You know what happened when you was at the cricket, only in terms of when the wickets were falling and pretty much just the score. I didn't see who was taking wickets, who was scoring the runs. West Indies had to play hard or go home, says Patrick Davey. Nicely pitched up and well played in behind it for Greaves. Sitting on 19 of 25 deliveries at the moment. Actually building quite a nice partnership with De Silva. Like they're saying, West Indies are under a lot of pressure, but they do not want this test match to end today. Nicely whipped to the leg side for 1. Greaves now moves to 20. Don't get me wrong, these two can bat. They have got the potential of doing what Travis Head and Alex Carey did, putting on a 50-run partnership. Which format you plays cricket the best? Normally, the format we play most is 40-over cricket. But this last week and also this week coming up, we're playing T20 just to fill in for a higher league competition. So, yeah, T20's not my thing. They make me open, though, because they seem to think I go all right. But, yeah, I'm not much of an opener for T20. Going to try and get a capture card soon because I'm really tired of PS remote play crashing. So here's try time down under. Hit to the man at backward square leg, and that will be the end of the 19th over. 2 runs off it for Nathan Lyons first. Okay, their problem is I don't have a clue how to use OBS and Streamlabs. You and Cornflake make it look easy. Says try time down under. Can we see you in Super Smash? Nah, no chance. I'm a long way off Super Smash. I only started playing again last year, but I can show you a shot that I played in the nets that I somehow still have a clip of on my console or my PC. One moment, there we go. Probably best shot I've played up till date, but I haven't actually done it in a match. That was just a training. Spinner or pacer, so I am leg spinner. But normally pretty rough, but I actually more recently have been wicket keeping. So I haven't had to bowl much, which I think is why my bowling's got worse. Nice dry, beautiful shot from Greaves. Times it to perfection. And Hazelwood, he's sitting 4 for 14. That is a very similar amount to what he had in the first innings, I believe. And then he started going for more runs. And good shot, by the way, says Shashank. Thank you very much. But yeah, the videos on the channel, we actually have a few GoPro cricket ones. The pinned comment is me bowling when I was going a little bit better. It's still a few roughies in there as well. But yeah, be sure to give those GoPro ones a bit of a look. When is the next GoPro? I think it's going to be in maybe a day or two. The good news, depending on how long this test match goes, is I might get a bit of free time. Are you Insta ID, says Shashank? I believe it is. One moment. I believe it is that. The _Kiwi_lads. You should do a Cricket 24 career mode. You'd be good at it. Says Amelia, I'd like to. I've only been playing Cricket 22 more recently, though, is the only thing. The West Indies, they are on 68 runs. Hazelwood, this boundary. And then the Aussies got no chance now. Says Tony, they've probably got no chance of finishing the test match today. But I think that very early on day 3, we probably will see the end of this test match, unfortunately, which, I mean, is surprising with how well the West Indies were doing. But we knew that the Aussies still had to bowl again, and that was when the real danger was going to be. Cricket 24 is literally a carbon copy of 22. That's another reason why I haven't bought it. I'm kind of waiting for it to be on special since it is pretty much the exact same, just with a couple updated players. 3 balls remaining of the Hazelwood over, and he still has 5 opportunities to get himself a 5-wicket haul. If he gets 2, he will have a 10-wicket match, which is something I think he's had to wait a little while for. Normally the Australian bowlers, you see Hazelwood get a couple, Cummins get a couple, Stark get a few, and then Nathan Lyon to clean up the rest. Nicely played again, Greaves. Looking safe at the moment. They were better of just updating the uniforms and all that instead of making a new game, says Amelia. But Justin Greaves, he averaged 27 in first-class cricket. Almost 1,300 runs off 38 matches. Pretty decent, really. Not too shabby from the big man, who also did extremely well bowling and also did extremely well fielding. I think that he could be a real talent in the all-rounder role. And here's a bold prediction, or here's a bold statement. Jason Holder wants to choose T20. Justin Greaves is his replacement, and I would not mind one bit. There we go, that's a bit of a bold one, but you know, certain players picking T20. These guys are here trying their best for the West Indies in Australian conditions. I prefer Test match. Also, Test match prove your full skills and fitness, says Patrick. I'd love to play a Test match. Sadly, they don't let us in our grade. We've only got 40 over matches. But yeah, a Test match would be pretty awesome to play in. And at one stage, I was actually going to try and organise a Test match, kind of like a Kiwi Lads Test match type thing. And that is the end of the over. And it is going to be now 68 for 5. This is quite a nice attendance today, 23,698, almost breaking the 24. I think tomorrow will be relatively thin in terms of the supporters, only because it may not be a full day of action. But I do hope we get to the next day, and I believe we will, unless something drastic happens like a hat trick or a few more wickets fall within the next 10 minutes. We will get another day of Test match cricket, and perhaps even we will see the West Indies with some sort of lead if they bat for some of the morning session tomorrow. We will be up bright and early, ready to go for that one, ladies and gents. 12:20 or so, New Zealand time, will be when we are starting it. Even though it's only going to be a half one, we are still going to be here, and we are still going to be covering it. I don't see any more wickets today, says Shashank. Oh, a bit of a misfield there from the captain, Pat Cummins. Not something we see too often from the Australians. It doesn't cost them a run. Nathan Lyon still bowling to De Silva. We have got there, Greaves and De Silva. Come on, lads. 27 runs to go. Says Nate. And also good lead of 400 to clear before lunch, says Tony. I mean, we have seen big partnerships form. Even Travis Head, the perfect example. If Greaves can do a Travis Head, it gets the West Indies right back in the game, because this is not an easy pitch to bat on. I'm back again, says Jet Lees. Welcome back, mate. The leg side a little bit for Nathan Lyon, trying to really hone in on that leg stump. Silva plays it safely and strategically. Both batsmen will know they've only got about 9 minutes remaining in the day, so they do not want to throw away their wickets. Nicely done again by De Silva. 4 dot balls in a row for Nathan Lyon. Australians hunting for that final wicket of the day. If they can get it, they'll be in a great position. 1 leg slip, regular slip as well, and Steve Smith managed to beat the field off Pat Cummins. Another single. De Silva moves up to 13. Supposed to get hotter as this test match progresses as well, but I would be very surprised if it makes it through day 3. How much runs did Mitchell Stark get? I believe he ended up with 10 in the end, or somewhere around there. 10 off 38 from memory. Yep, 10 off 38. Nicely worked to the lead side. No run taken for the West Indies, and that'll be the end of the Nathan Lyon over. 1 run off it. Hazelwood will continue his spell from the other end. How many overs are left for today's play? I believe probably 3. I don't think they'll squeeze in too many more. They're just showing the wicket of Chanderpaul. Brilliant delivery from Josh Hazelwood. His second wicket was Brathwaite, taken beautifully by Travis Head, in close on the leg side. The third, just the glove of Athenaeus, chased after the shorter delivery, and then just driving on the up Hodge, taken by Smith. That was actually the first time I've seen those 4 wickets. They are showing the other wickets though. Mackenzie actually went out in a very similar fashion to what we saw Greaves do in the first innings. That was all 5. They're looking for a 6. I've been playing cricket from when I was 8 years of age, and now I'm 65 and still planting the greatest game on earth, cricket, says Patrick. So yeah, it's a huge commitment, that's for sure, and it's good to hear that you are still enjoying it for such a long period of time. We actually played against a couple guys who are in the over 65 New Zealand team in our grade, which is quite cool. So they kind of go away to tournaments in Australia, then come back and play us, which is quite cool. Hazelwood looking for his 5th. Back foot punch towards cover for De Silva, no runs coming from it. Trails still by 26 runs. Now that'll feel like a few runs to have to get, but this tail of the West Indies has been wagging, and it has been working hard and getting them a majority of the runs. Mackenzie's made a good effort up the order more, but it has been that tail, the partnerships, that have helped them out. De Silva just needs to make sure he doesn't chase the wrong ball. That's off the edge. It bounces in front of Mitchell Marsh. Could have been the catch. 7 Hour Live says DC will win. Yeah, by the time this match is over, or at least this day is over, it will be over 7.5 hours that the live stream has been running for. Double super over yesterday in India versus Afghanistan. If you heard about that, I know I got told about it earlier on. Yeah, just bounces. And fair play to Mitch Marsh for saying that bounced, because some players would try and claim that and say go upstairs and have a look just in case. But he said he felt it bounce. 5 minutes remaining in the day and 3 dot balls for Hazelwood in a row. Work to the lead side, no run called by De Silva. Fenelon and Rachin Ravindra will surely lead New Zealand to a World Cup. Says DC will win. Partnership at the moment, 29 runs off 51 deliveries. So if they can do that again, then the West Indies would have a lead of 3 runs. How much it cost this Black Cats t-shirt? I think it was about $25 or something. I got it on a big special, but sadly, my first day of having it at cricket training, I don't know whether or not you'll be able to see it, but pretty much there is a line through here where I ripped it on a fence. So sad. That's beautifully whipped away, and almost a boundary. I think Marnus dove a bit too early, but still managed to stop the ball. It'll be 3 runs to De Silva. They just want to make sure that it wasn't going too far. Can Finn Elland, I would be able to fill the shoes of Brendan McCullum. I mean, it's a big comparison to make this early. Yeah, Marnus managing to stop that one. Kept it to 3, though he is disappointed with himself. Finn Elland yesterday had a world record, 16 sixes. Bro, it's crazy. Maguire broke Brendan McCullum record. Says DC will win. Yeah, he had a fantastic innings, Finn Allen. It's just what he does from here, isn't it? We want to make sure that he's continuing that form rather than being a one-hit wonder, which I don't think he will be. I think he's got enough technique and enough skill to do a bit more than just that. It's going to be the end of the over. Oh. Is Travis here going to have a bowl here? Is this what's happening? No, surely not. He didn't have the hat on. I think that's just because he was under the lid just before. And he managed to get 119 off 134 balls. Now the West Indies trying to rebuild what Travis Head destroyed. Which was their chances in this test match. They trail by 23 though. They can still get back into it. Nathan Lyon will continue his bowling. I believe we'll have just enough time for 2 overs remaining in the day here. Because the West Indies are still only 5 down, it means that we will not be having the extension of an additional 30 minutes. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow, ladies and gents. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Will you cover the 4th T20 International between New Zealand and Pakistan? It's honestly now an option. Because I assumed that this test match would be taking place during that time, so it made it a little bit trickier to be able to cover, but maybe. We'll see how we're going. Hopefully we get the chance to cover at least one of those New Zealand versus Pakistan matches. 16 sixes, what a legend, says a Blues name. Pitched up, nicely worked to the leg side by De Silva down to long on. Should mention we are only 15 away from our subscriber goal, ladies and gents. So if you do want to help us get there, sure to hit that subscribe button. Windies trailing by 22 now after that single is taken by De Silva. Try to cover it, it would be amazing, says Shashank. Ooh, down the leg side, trying to lure them into a false shot. Bro really batted first against Australia in the World Cup final 2015, which he should have had a bowl. And I would like to invite your team to play some cricket and enjoy our country, says Patrick Davey. That would be pretty awesome. Although I feel like you guys would absolutely dominate us because like our team does still have some younger guys in there. Like our youngest player I think is about 13. Our oldest player in his 50s. So it's a real mix. But I mean it would be pretty awesome maybe as a individual. Oh, that's close. Umpire says no. I think height is the factor here. But I believe the Australians will be going upstairs. It's Grieve. They've got 2 reviews left. I think it's pitched in line, is the comment from Marnus. So they will go upstairs. Here we go. Is this the last chance for Greaves at the crease? He needs this one to be going over. That is in Jamaica. Says Patrick. And from your cricket group, anyone upgraded to play in New Zealand domestic cricket or dream for playing for the Black Caps in the future? Nah, not really. I've played against guys who have gone on to play kind of domestic cricket in New Zealand. And no, it's not last over now. I guess it's Harsh Singh. Yeah, with this DRS decision. Oh, this one. It's hit him on the front pad just above the knee roll. He's a tall man, Greaves. This might be umpire's call for height. If Team Southey retires, Ben Sears should be the cover. And also last over now, I guess. And wicket says Shashank. Yeah, this would be a massive one if they lose Greaves right at the end of the day. It's just whether or not it's bounced enough. Now, this Adelaide Oval wicket has had variable bounce. They're satisfied. He's quite deep in his crease, though. I'm just looking at it from the side angle. I think this is either going to be umpire's call or 3 reds here. Impact in line, pitching in line, and it's a red. And Greaves is dismissed. Oh, about 51% of the ball touching that side. Are you doing it for the last 7 hours straight, no break? No, we've had a little bit of a break. I actually went to cricket training. But now Greaves. That is the end of Greaves. Is it the end of the day now? It is after 8. They're looking at the clock. West Indies, they look like they're done for the day. The Australians were trying to decide whether or not they could get the West Indies all out in the last 30 minutes. Our haunt West Indies, says Shashank. Yeah, it was unfortunate. To be honest, I've thought that one would have been bouncing a little bit higher than that. But 3 reds, thought it was going to be umpire's call, but they get that luck for Nathan Lyon and the Aussies. And now they will walk off at the end of day 2, 6 for 73. There is still a long way to go for the West Indies, but they will be back tomorrow. We will be covering it on the channel, so anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We will be back for the start of the next day. Should be an entertaining one, and hopefully the West Indies can cut down on that little bit of a deficit that they find themselves with. The 22 runs down yesterday. India and Afghanistan are gone to 2 super overs. Says Coding, yeah, it sounds like it was a very entertaining match, that is for sure. And Black Cats playing 11 for this T20. A World Cup finale, Devon Conway, Kane Williamson, Racham Ravindra, Daryl Mitchell, Glenn Phillips, Mark Chapman, Trent Bolt, Lockie Ferguson, Tim Southey. Is Trent Bolt still an option at the moment? The West Indies trailing by 22. Nathan Lyon has taken 1 wicket. Cam Green got 1, and Hazelwood once again has found himself with the 4 wickets. Building very nicely indeed, but nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning into this live stream. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Be sure to check out the next video as well, or the next live stream, which will be tomorrow. That is a Masters game, over 40 overs or over 45. It does not matter if a mixed team, it's all about fun, says Patrick Davey. And there as well, and we will be back with Aussie win and then with New Zealand-Pakistan, says Shashank. Maybe New Zealand-Pakistan. But nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning in, and I will see you all for the next one.